because there is a live stream running. So I welcome you this morning here in Saaleck, and I also welcome all the participants and the audience that are with us today here via live stream. And you already got your first impressions of this very special, extraordinary place on your tours this morning, and we will now become a bit more theoretical, but by no means less exciting. And I would like to give a very brief outline of the day's schedule. Next, we will have Germane Barnes, whom you already got to know a little bit yesterday, for those who have been here. He will give his keynote speech about Monumental Affairs. And after that, we will have Byran Lee Jr. speaking about speaking out his project. Followed by Professor Matthias Quent and Ravi, all of whom I will introduce in more detail when it's time. After that, we will have a short lunch, which will be followed by a workshop program. More details on that later as well. A coffee break, a keynote by Miriam Shabani. And before we head back to Naumburg, there will be the opportunity to see the exhibition, which was put together by the fellows. You don't, of course, have to remember all this. You have your program, little programs with you, and I will guide you through this day, so you can now relax and start listening to the first keynote by Germane Barnes. And he was already introduced last night, but I repeat it for the viewers of the live stream and of course for those who haven't been there yesterday. Miami-based Germane Barnes, award-winning research and design practice, investigates the connections between architecture and identity, examining architecture's social and political agency through historical research and design speculation, with particular focus on the relationship between the built environment and Black domesticity. In addition to his eponymous practice, Barnes is currently an associate professor and the director of the Community Housing and Identity Lab at the University of Miami School of Architecture, a testing ground for the physical and theoretical investigations of architecture's social and political resiliency. Barnes' work has been presented and supported by several illustrious institutions and organizations, including the Museum of Modern Art in New York, San Francisco's MoMA, LACMA, Chicago Architecture Biennale, Mass Context, the Graham Foundation, Miami Design District, Design Miami, and the National Museum of African American History. He is winner of the 2021 Rome Prize in Architecture, the 2021 Harvard Wheelwright Prize, the 2021 Architectural League Prize, and an inaugural grant from Theaster Gates and Pradas Dorchester Industries Experimental Design Lab. So that's a lot, but I think there's more to come, of course. So thank you for being here with us, Germane, and for your work. And there will be, after the keynote, there will be like a short Q&A, so please pay attention and write down some questions, because there will be the possibility for Germane to answer them.
Good morning, everyone. There's a lot of beautiful faces out there. That is a really big smile, Alice. Thank you all for coming all the way to Saaleck. Many of you have probably never heard of this place, but we definitely are glad that you are here to witness the work of four amazing fellows that have worked together for 2 weeks under the theme of Monumental Affairs. So the first time I did my presentation, I was just going to talk about Monumental Affairs. And then one of my really good friends, Zeno Franchini, told me that you all would like to know a slight bit about me before I jump to Monumental Affairs. So we have a couple slides that'll just talk about the work, and again, blame him. So griot, West African term, essentially a storyteller. I like to use architecture and design to tell stories. I believe that there are anthropological moments that exist within space, and I enjoy highlighting those. I enjoy highlighting the ritual of space as opposed to the tectonics of space. So I'm going to show just a couple projects that relate to that theme, and then immediately jump into Monumental Affairs. So for those you do not know, this is Chicago, the city limits. This is my home. This is where I was born. This is where I'm from. The number 1 is the far west side, where I lived. The number 2 is where I attended high school on the north side. And number 3, where I also went to school in downtown Chicago. And the reason I like to show this slide is because transversing the city of Chicago and understanding what that means is what absolutely impacted my work. To understand what it meant to go from workforce housing to very elegant single-family homes to massive towers that oftentimes many people who look like me could never even believe to afford, absolutely shaped the way I view the built environment. And so as I would take the school bus for an hour and 20 minutes there and back from kindergarten through 8th grade, and then take the city bus to high school, an hour and 30 minutes every day there and back, the amount of time I spent understanding what the city means, what urban areas mean, what disinvestment means, what access to resources mean, absolutely changed my opinion on what it means to design for people. And then when you go to architecture school, you know, they show you the big buildings that everyone loves, the Hancock building. We actually had our high school luncheon on the top floor. And when you're going through these buildings, you always wonder, why don't they ever show black architects? Why can't I ever see the work of someone who looks like me? Or at least a facsimile, right? Give me just maybe even a little bit darker or lighter. I'll take anything, but I couldn't even get that as I was going through school. And so my approach really began to understand what it means to amplify marginalized voices. And so one project that kind of jump-started my career is all the way in Miami, Florida. The actual city is called Opa-locka. The real name is Opatisha-Wakalaka. It is a Seminole name for the Seminole Native Americans that were there. And part of the work was moving into this community, listening, sourcing, a consistent feedback loop. And then in the end, we found that they simply wanted community spaces to help their neighborhood. So we found this old roofing company, very nondescript. And then we went and did this full community day where we painted the streets in collaboration with Walter Hood. And then we did the entire painting on the wall in collaboration with Olaleka Jafos. And then we created this community space that people in the neighborhood can use. And one of the things that we made sure that was a guarantee was that if you live in the area of Opa-locka, you have a subsidized fee of renting this entire space. And if you lived outside of the city limits, you had to pay tenfold what those in the city limits meant. Because if you wanted to help these communities, we had to do it with as minimal displacement as possible. We had to make sure that the individuals that live there have the priority of space all the time. And so this was the inside of the building, again, very nondescript industrial building that we turned into a full art gallery that we actually have had people as world-renowned as Hank Willis Thomas show work inside of this warehouse. And if you're familiar with the art scene, Hank Willis Thomas is one of the foremost African-American visual artists in the entire country. The other tough thing about Opa-locka is that it is a food desert. For those of you who may not be familiar with the term, it essentially means that within the city limits, there is no access to fresh produce or vegetables. All there are corner stores, gas stations, fast food places, which are obviously not healthy. And so we used our resources, we walked around, we talked to individuals, and we found out what do you cook, what do you eat, what are you missing, and we decided to design and build them a farm. And so in the end, we were able to provide resources, and we give all of these produce away for free. We make sure everyone in the community has access to everything. And the most important thing is when you begin to understand the disparity of ecology, and we begin to understand the disparity of climate change, you begin to understand what hurricanes really do to neighborhoods. And so what I learned, because in Chicago we don't have hurricanes, we do have blizzards, we do have polar vortexes, which drop things down to maybe minus 20 and minus 30, but we don't have to worry about 140 mile per hour winds on top of water unless we get the occasional tornado. And so in those moments, we learned that in these neighborhoods, post-hurricane, there may be 3 or 4 weeks without resources, without electricity, without water, without infrastructure. So just so many things that these neighborhoods don't have. And so many times we think of the hurricane itself as the disaster, when it's actually post-hurricane where a lot of the disparities begin to surface. And so currently we're working on a new project which is similar in style. It's a different client. This is in Delray Beach, Florida. This is a very nondescript church parish hall. This parish hall is used in the community by people where this used to be a sundown town. By a show of hands, who knows what a sundown town is? Oh, great, I get to teach you all something. All right, let me put on professor hat for a second, okay? All right, so sundown towns are areas where if you look like me or anywhere close to looking like me, the moment the sun sets, you are vulnerable to vigilantes doing whatever they want to do to you. That can be as harmful as murder, it can be as harmful as imprisonment, or whatever other unfortunate thing that you can imagine. All of these things happened during the 1930s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and guess what? There are still sundown towns in the United States today in 2023. And if you can imagine what it means to be afraid to see the sunset, that's what it meant for a lot of black and brown people in the United States of America, and still feels that way. This town of Delray Beach, Florida, used to be a sundown town. And on this side of the street was where all of the Bahamians and the African Americans lived in the area. The largest landowner are church parishioners. They own this property here. And so currently we're in the progress of, we're in construction documents now, design development of turning this parish hall into this community center. So the front will be a storefront. We're going to cut a part of the building to create sort of an urban porch. We've planted about 40 fruit trees, everything from avocados to mangoes, just so we can have some things going in the community. And this is what the inside will look like. We're going to expose a lot of the existing structure. There's already a very beautiful terrazzo floor that's inside the place. So we're going to polish that up and show it and make this an area that people in the community can use on their own. Across the street is an empty parcel. As I mentioned before, there's a very large Bahamian community there, and they have a pop-up market that occurs every month. It's called the Black Mers Market. And so we figure instead of having the ubiquitous white tent that we all see at farmers market, what if we create a superstructure and these very, very small kiosks that reference the Bahamian history and the Bahamian neighborhood and the Bahamian flag, and then the actual wood that clads the kiosk references Bahamian straw weaving that you see in the neighborhood. And so it's a way of employing local practitioners and artisans, as well as amplifying the history and the legacy of those in the community, and doing these things in a way that does not displace people, empowers people, works with them, as opposed to working just simply and talking down to them. One thing many people don't begin to understand is when you do community work, it takes a long damn time, because there's the feedback back and forth. So that first project in Opelika took a total of 5.5 years. This project here in Delray, we're in year 2.5 to get to this point. Because again, if you really want to have meaningful conversations with individuals, that's what it takes. So, Zeno, you are welcome. I did it. All right, why are you all here? Monumental Affairs. So a lot of the work I do, as I mentioned, is around architecture and identity. On the left is a nondescript wall in Miami, Florida, along 12th Avenue. This nondescript wall is actually a segregation wall. This wall is what separated the black side of the area from the white side of the area. On the left, that is public housing. On the right, multifamily housing. If you've ever seen the movie Moonlight that won the Academy Award, this is where it was filmed. And so this idea of monuments, monumentality, landscape, contested spaces has always been an interest of mine. The tough thing, though, is when you're a young person, a lot of times people don't listen to you. And so when you tell them there's so many sites that are contested that we should talk about, they say next time, wait your turn. And then George Floyd happened, 2020. All hell broke loose. Cities all over the world were on fire. And then people believed us. And then people said, okay, maybe you have a point. Maybe the things you've talked about for the past 30 years are actually legitimate. And so when this happened, the eyes were now on what do monuments mean? Who are they for? Who do they help? Who do they harm? And so now you are in a monument. You are here at the home of Paul Schultze-Naumburg, who was an anti-Semite, who was a racist, who would have never allowed many of the faces I see in here in this room when he owned this home. And so when I was approached by dieDAS to be the artistic director, the first thing I said to them is we have to talk about the history of the house. We cannot skip over this important history and this important legacy. Otherwise, you're wasting everyone's time. Why do we need to hide from things? In my opinion, as opposed to removing the canon, why can't we expand the canon? Why can't we give accurate representations of what was done, who did it, whether they be positive, negative, atrocities, or happiness? And this place was a place where a lot of very terrible things were thought up by a person who was not very kind. And if we look forward today, all of you are here who are the polar opposite. Those of you that are here in this space understand an architecture of care and understand what it means to do things for people and to be inclusive. And so Monumental Affairs, this is the brief. There were some amazing people that composed the advisory board, and those individuals helped us to craft this. There were a lot of talks that we had on Zoom back and forth about ambitions, reining some of those in, expanding others, so that we can be as open as possible for the potential of fellows to apply. And so none of this will be possible without this gentleman here, Zeno Franchini.
Does this work?
It does.
Yes. Great. Amazing. Thank you, Germane. I hope you enjoy his presentation. I think you can thank me for his presentation as well. I'm joking. I've been trying to assist Germane at the best of my capacity. I've been a fellow here 2 years ago, and I tried to bring this experience with me and hopefully to also facilitate the 4 fellows of this year to have a better experience and working environment. Just a few words about how I ended up here. So I met Germane in Palermo during his research, and I tried to help him in finding places and sources for that research. And my work I'm co-founder of Marginal Studio, which is based in Palermo, and that was a deliberate decision to apply what I learned in design education in an arrival city. So through my work, I try to question the European, Italian, Western approach to migration and the constant victimization that we impose on people. As Europe, we seem to say to everyone who wants to come here, you're a victim. That's the only way we can accept you. And in my work, in my experience, the people I work with is absolutely the opposite. So people bring a lot of knowledge, bring a lot of craft knowledge, especially, which is what I experience every day. And I try to apply that knowledge and to experiment in design processes. So learning about natural materials, learning about sustainable techniques, and trying to implement that in a process that makes values of people knowledge. That's mostly what I do. I'm not gonna take more time so we can move to the Monumental Affairs and Q&A.
Thank you. So if the Monumental Affairs theme was my brainchild, Zeno is the only reason that it was executed to its fullest extent. These are two of the amazing fellows. Many of you have met them already. Antoinette and Adam, as you talked about before, have work that deals with ecology, landscapes, adaptive reuse. And there's Sylvia and Yassine, who look at contested spaces, fascist architecture, as well as decolonialism. And so we tried to make the group diverse as possible and as far as their interest, right? It just so happens they're also physically diverse as well. We tried to make this thing as open as possible so we can have interdisciplinarity and cross-collaboration. And the monumental themes were these 5, right? So we opened the week talking about the entire canon, who determines what's a monument, who determines how long it's there, who purchases it, what do we monumentalize, all the way through these other moments as well. And over the course of the week, we had amazing guests that came to visit that matched each of those disciplines. On the left, you have the lovely Mo Aswang, who showed a film about what it means to be Aryan in Germany. And so we watched this film, and then we learned actually to be Aryan is to be Persian. It actually has nothing to do with being white. And then on the right, we have the lovely Studio Labor, who I see Farah in the back right there, who took the fellows on a tour of the home to understand what it means to be sensorial in a space beyond using your eyes, but using your ears. We went to some monuments. That Genghis Khan looking guy right there is the man who united Germany. It's a massive, massive statue with a lot of stairs. Antoinette would not like me sharing this, but she's afraid of heights, but she made it all the way to the top. On the right-hand side is one of the days that we went foraging with a very beautiful dress. That's Christina Rausch. And again, if we're talking about landscapes and we're in a space with beautiful landscapes, why not actually have someone come in? And then they actually, I won't say we, because I didn't cook. They cooked. They cooked all the things that they actually found that evening. And so it was an amazing opportunity to watch everyone grow from the first day to the last day, where everything really was packed. From the moment they arrived to meet with fellows. I see Ito right here in the front, representative of Arts of the Working Class, who did an amazing talk on the canon and understanding what it means to do this work and to do this labor in a way that not only gives to others, but replenishes others, because this is very, very, very difficult work. And then we went to Buchenwald. This is probably the toughest day that we had as a cohort. To actually go to a concentration camp, to see the horrors of this location, but to also understand that we must acknowledge these pasts and begin moments of repair and to make everything a bit more palatable to those that were either descendants of those that were hurt or those that are currently still being pushed down to this day. And so this is us walking down the massive monument. And I think I speak for all of us when I say at the end of the day, we walked back and we found moments of happiness where we became a band and we started singing, walking down the streets from Bad Kuzen. And if you've ever seen some of those old 80s films where like everybody's happy and at the beginning of the movie, everybody's sad, like The Breakfast Club, we were The Breakfast Club as we walked down the street coming back. And as I told you yesterday, everything revolved around food. As you can see, everything revolved around food. We had amazing dishes that were made by the lovely Andrea, who is Tatiana's older sister. She's absolutely incredible. And I think these moments really allow all the fellows to be themselves. It was a moment to decompress. It was a moment to reflect on the day. It was a moment that we could share something that was very important to us with other people. And we had very, very interesting discursive conversations, ones that were completely vulnerable because everyone allowed themselves to be vulnerable in this contested space. So this is not possible with any of these beautiful people. I thank them. I thank the amazing mentors. I thank the advisory board. I thank Arna. I thank Tatiana and Mr. Matsona for this opportunity. I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Germane, for the insight into your work and also the explanations about Monumental Affairs. And I think it really makes clear what dieDAS also is about. And yeah, I hope there are some questions from the audience.
Or not.
Or not, because then I can probably start with a question.
Okay.
And because I was wondering, what is next? Like, do you have any plans to proceed as a group? Is the Breakfast Club going to meet again? Or is this, what's next?
So one of the lovely things about dieDAS is the network and the entanglements that occur as a result. And so the lovely Sarah Whiting is on the advisory board, and she is the dean of the Harvard Graduate School of Design. And so for 8 weeks at the end of this semester, I will be conducting a Monumental Affairs option studio, which will also talk about similar themes, so that we begin to understand across the entire continent, what do these contested spaces mean? Because we know they exist in the United States, we know they exist in other locations as well. So I'm very fortunate to be able to have that connection between the two, so that Monumental Affairs does not only stop here, but that it has a much longer legacy that extends. As far as the fellows, we are all a family now. They can't get rid of me. So the Breakfast Club will always be a gang that will be together. And I think that's the awesome thing about it being 2 weeks intense and very tight-knit, in that we all become family.
Yeah. Because as you said, of course, like one question. Because, of course, monumental affairs, it's a huge topic. And as you just said, like after, especially after the George Floyd incident, there has been like worldwide the questioning of monuments and their roles, and who are they actually for, and what do we want to remember through them, and how do they have probably worked on to have like a certain relevance for us, for our societies today. And yeah, thank you again. And there was one question.
And first of all, thank you. Secondly, it's 7 weeks, not 8 weeks, so you can cut something from that syllabus. No, my question is so I teach history when I get a chance to teach, and I really appreciate your saying, okay, the canon doesn't mean you get rid of things and replace them and sort of pretend that things never happened, but you add on. But there's the inevitable challenge of how do you bracket? How do you fit things in enough time? And in 2 weeks, this is what's sort of extraordinary about this really short fellowship. You all reached a certain point. Part of that is helped by the meals and things. But thinking back to everyone here who teaches, how do you expand the canon and make it feasible in the amount of time that students have in a typical class?
That is a great question. That's why you're a dean of a fantastic school. But in all seriousness, I think the important thing is providing the possibilities. And so when it comes to an expansion, I think part of this is on the responsibility of the faculty to be willing to explore these topics. And the other half is on the students or the fellows who are willing to also give their own research. So if I were to provide a list of 20 books or 30 books that talk to these things, and we only can get through 4 or 5 over the course of the 2 weeks, then there has to be a moment where some of the students or fellows take the responsibility themselves to begin to expand their own collective knowledge. Otherwise, it's a bit disingenuous, in my opinion, to demand things, but then to not also put your own effort and sweat equity into that process. And so for us, we provided a massive reading list, things on monuments, things from the funambulist, amazing writers like Mabel O. Wilson, Saidiya Hartman, and said, hey, here are all of these opportunities to talk about decolonialization, to talk about expansion of the canon, to talk about the titans of architecture you've all learned about, as well as the titans you have never heard of. And then from there, the responsibility then transfers from me as artistic director to that other individual to then take that knowledge and begin to expand their own understanding. And if they choose not to, And I feel that's not a failure of the system, that's a failure of opportunity or failure of the person to actually push forward.
Is there another question? Back. I'm coming.
So yesterday there was a lot of talk about materiality, and my question relates to this issue of monumentality on one hand and materiality. So already very early, Robert Musil, the Austrian writer, made this hypothesis that today, meaning early modernism, all these monuments made of bronze, marble, and so on are somehow integrated against attention. So people don't care anymore about those kings and so on. And the monument, and that was also a kind of a concept, monument is much more something that reminds you an event. So for Gideon, a firework was the real monument of the modern time. So my question is how you negotiate, on one hand, between the material monument and monumentality, and on the other hand, particularly in our digital age, the media event as monumental.
Absolutely. So over the course of the 2.5 weeks, we absolutely spoke to informal monuments. And I think as far as my own interests in monumentality and where I'm from in the United States, I care much more about the informal monument than the formal monument. I care more about the teddy bear that finds itself on a tree when someone is unfortunately murdered, like George Floyd in the middle of the street. It's not bronze, it's not concrete, it's not permanent, but it is absolutely something that happened. It is something that everyone in that collective community understands and reveres. But you can't talk about those without also talking about the Robert E. Lee statues that are also sort of the testament to these unfortunate atrocities. And so here, I've been fortunate enough to be surrounded by 4 brilliant fellows who have taught me as much as I hope I've helped them. And one of those is Yassine, who would continually talk about things should not be permanent. Things should not exist forever. Things should deteriorate. But then when you put a statue in bronze, it's pretty damn hard for it to disintegrate, right? You begin to make these things permanent as a consistent reminder of the atrocities that certain people have done to others. And so if we only can talk about the big monuments as opposed to the chair that sits on a porch or the tree in the neighborhood that everyone played around, then I feel we're doing a poor job of really talking about the center of monumentality, which is collective memory and sites of memory. And I think we've done an adequate job of that. I hope we've done an adequate job of that to really speak to the difference between them, but the fact that there really is a similar sort of meaning depending on who is the person that's looking at the statue. Yeah.
So time allows for one more question.
Make it a good one. You know you want, I see it in your face. You know you want to ask something.
Later. I got something to ask you. It's related.
Okay.
Okay, fine,
Okay. Yep.
So there's obviously in Germany, but also in other places in Europe, Italy namely, but I think it's also creeping into the United Kingdom. Of course, in the United States, there's a lot of talk of memory culture, Erinnerungskultur in German. And at dinner yesterday, we were amusing the thought that maybe memory culture is also a reckoning of material privilege, since you could always change public space, or you could always have the material conditions to, morph it as you wish. So I guess my question is, what could memory culture be without these material benefits?
Yeah, so Ido's really smart too, and Ido loves asking me very difficult questions all the time. It's part of his charm. I think the important thing when it comes to memory, and this is what I mentioned before, I'm more interested in the ritual of space and the tectonics of space, and that directly aligns with this idea of materiality versus collective memory. I think when you're someone who is marginalized, when you're of a group that's marginalized, it's hard to get the resources to then cement the things that you find important. Back home in Chicago, there's very important spaces like the headquarters of the Black Panthers or the recent Emmett Till home that it's very hard to get these things on the register of historic importance. And I think the memory becomes a way to circumvent that. It becomes a way to say, well, if you don't think this space is important to me or to my people or to my neighborhood or my residents or those who are affected, then we all will band together to then create importance. And that significance would then be something that you can keep in perpetuity because you can't erase those things, right? You can knock down a pillar, you can repave a street, you can completely graze a landscape, but you can't get rid of that memory that the people that are there hold. So I personally find that as long as we continue to play up those opportunities, more that we continue to provide those opportunities for people to have a platform to discuss those memories, then it also keeps them in the foreground, just like we would see in the middle of a plaza, l'Arc de Triomphe or something like that, right? And so that's how I see it, and I think a conference like this where we have these discussions, we have these amazing keynotes who are gonna come up after me and talk far more eloquently and way more interestingly about their own work, then that continues to push these things forward. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. So actually the next keynote is probably kind of like a continuation of what we just heard. So we are really going deep into that topics. And I would like to introduce Byran Lee Jr., who's going to talk about power and place. Byran Lee Jr. is an architect, educator, author, and designer, and design justice activist. He's the founder of colloqate Design, a non-profit design agency, and founding organizer of the Design as Protest Collective and Dark Matter University. Byran has directed 2 award-winning architecture and design programs for high school students through the Arts and Council of New Orleans and the National Organization of Minority Architects. He is National Vice President of Norma South and is the recipient of numerous awards and grants, including the 2018 Fast Company Most Creative People in Business Award. The youngest company to win the Architectural League's Emerging Voices Award and in 2019 and the 2021 Cooper Hewitt National Design for Give. Thank you, Byran, for being here with us.
Okay. Thank you all for having me here. Germane, thanks for the invitation. dieDAS, I really appreciate being here. This is the tail end of a long 2-week trip for me. I took my family and my wonderful fiance, hey, what's up, baby? To Italy for a few weeks. My parents hadn't been back in 30 years. I used to live in Sicily when I was young. I became an architect because I lived in Comiso and Ragusa for about 2 years, in between the economy, the kind of main downtown, and this NATO Air Force base, this air station that was placed down in the southeast part of Sicily. It was there because of war. It held nuclear warheads, and while I was there, I learned so much. I learned why I wanted to be an architect, because coming from Trenton, New Jersey, I don't know if anybody's been to Trenton, New Jersey, and or Sicily, they're very different places. So if you get a chance, go to Trenton or go to Sicily, pick one. But the reason I kind of bring that story up, one is that, again, you'll hear me say this a lot, we leave the residue or the remnant of our own kind of imagination of place in the spaces and places that shape us. It's the reason that we kind of go back to the stories of our past, so that the kind of culture that defines us allows us to kind of move forward in a particular direction. I say that because last year, I went back to one of the houses I lived in. That NATO base closed in 1990. No one else lived in the house after us. We went back last year, 32 years later, and the keys were still in the door. I got 5 of them, one for all of my family members. And I carry this with me. It's a memento for me. It's a small little monument that I keep with me that reminds me of not just why I started to think about architecture as a profession to move forward in, but it also reminds me of a place that shaped how I think about place and space writ large. And so I hold on to this pretty consistently. It's with me all the time. If you ever see me, I have an extra one if you want to keep it or hold it or sorry. Let me wind that back. You cannot keep my key. But if you want to see it, if you want to touch it, I'll pass it around a little bit later on. We'll talk a little bit more about that. So why am I here? What do we do? I am a design justice practitioner. Now, design justice, you'll see over here, kind of really talks about a few things. One, I'll start with the negative, work to the positive. We are seeking to challenge the privilege and power structures that use architecture and design to sustain and maintain systems of oppression. Right? That's first and foremost. Secondarily, we're seeking to forward a radical or explore a radical liberatory vision of racial, social, and cultural reparation through the process and outcomes of design. Now, you see a couple of these things underlined over here. I say radical because oftentimes people think of radical and they go with the extremes, right? We don't think about the etymology of the word radish, right? We're just trying to get to the root. Right? We're trying to get to the root of a particular issue before we start to make solutions about a thing. We say reparation because everything is about healing, right? The kind of reaper of this world tends to think that this world is one that moves through entropy, and our focus, our purpose then is to continue to heal as we move things forward. I say process and outcomes because it's necessary for us not just to have a pretty building or a pretty space at the end of this, but a process that is necessarily connected to the people who occupy those spaces and places that we are thinking about designing. And then lastly, I want to talk about a quote by Polygon Allen, which says that the loss of memory is the root of all oppression. Right? The loss of memory is the root of all oppression. So in this work, we're really essentially saying that if the loss of memory is the root of all oppression, then it stands to reason that a relentless pursuit of memory making is the foundation of a truthful and just and joyful collective experience. Right? And so our pursuit is to not only make beautiful things, but is to remember well enough, precisely enough, and expansively enough to remove oppression as an option in our daily pursuits. So this work then, I'm going to briefly kind of go through a couple of these things and then just kind of ground you in what we're doing, and then we'll kind of move into some of the work and how it manifests. This work is grounded in power, values, care, and culture. When I talk about power, I often refer to a Malcolm X quote. It talks about the history of all revolutions is based in blood and land. It is the landless versus the landlord. Right? Values. Our collective values are validated through the spaces and places that we design. Care. So design justice is what love looks like in public spaces. This is cribbed off of a Dr. Cornel West quote. But the intention there is just to understand that if we are trying to design for beloved communities or communities that either we are a part of or communities that we care deeply about, it requires us to have a shared experience. And so the more we create spaces that allow us to have more shared experiences, the more connected we will ultimately be. Culture. Culture, again, is the consequence of persistent circumstance and immediate condition. I'll talk more about this briefly. This notion that culture is the sum of the kind of moments in memory that are constantly guiding us back to a truth of our collective selves, it means that for us, culture is the consequence of a persistent circumstance and immediate condition. It is the sum of the large things that we all collectively have to deal with and the small things that individually or our group or our tribe end up having to deal with on a daily basis. Culture is shaped by those things. Now, sometimes I get knocked because this feels sometimes like a negative connotation. I don't feel as though it is that way, but culture is a way for us to kind of subtly adapt to the changes in places and spaces. I had a roommate of mine when I first moved to New Orleans, and we had this conversation about the fact that when I was young, I used to go to the side door or the back door of my grandmother's house all the time. That was how we went into the house. Every black family I knew, every black person I knew, if you had a side door or a back door, that's the door you went through. Why? I didn't know when I was 7, had no idea. But we talked about it as we get older and we start to do this research, we understand that it is vestigial of a history of oppression. It is vestigial of a history of slavery and enslavement and indentured servitude, right? And so if you are then forced to go through a certain space every single day, you create a new pattern, a new habit, a new routine every single day, it starts to become form, right? And so essentially what we're saying is that culture is then shaped as a byproduct of the kind of collective circumstances that people have to go through in order to survive, right? And so we make those things joyful, but they are indeed something that often start with a survival, right? So I want to talk a little bit about how that then starts to move itself towards an architecture of memory. Again, I mentioned that oftentimes those forces, those isms, those biased powers, that might be environmental, geographic, social, political, whatever those forces may be, they start to impose on a community. That community then forms, again, shapes patterns and reacts to those forces in some capacity to protect itself, right? Those patterns then last oftentimes long outlasting the biases of the forces themselves, and we create a culture that is then formed from that. That culture may look like something in New Orleans, in which we have Mardi Gras Day. How many people have been to New Orleans? Couple, a few, maybe? Okay, great. Well, New Orleans, there are Mardi Gras Indians, and sometimes that sounds offensive to people because black people in New Orleans are not the indigenous native community. But if you know that enslaved Africans made passage to freedom by way of indigenous tribes, you know that the Mardi Gras Indian culture is a byproduct of honoring those who helped them survive. So to this day, the beating, the feathers, the kind of pageantry of Mardi Gras Indians is a byproduct of a cultural trauma that got turned into a cultural joy. So when you come to New Orleans and you celebrate it, you understand that there's this beautiful moment, but it is also rooted in something that had such a hardship for people. And so the kind of spatial identity, the kind of architecture of memory is a byproduct of those patterns and habits, routines, and us creating more spaces for that to happen on a more consistent basis. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a conversation around a couple places in New Orleans, mostly the Germane, and I'll tell you why here briefly. But before I get there, New Orleans has to deal with a series, like I said, of different forces that are applied to it. Whether it's environmental, most of you have heard of Hurricane Katrina, kind of aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. Germane just mentioned a little bit about the impact of kind of environmental conditions on a place. The impact after post-Katrina meant that we lost 50,000 occupiable housing units across the city. Devastating. We lost about 300,000 people out of the city right after Katrina. So it took about 10 to 15 years before we were able to get even close to the full number of people that were there pre-Katrina. So it was about 472,000 people. We're at about 400,000 people today, right? A little less. But the damage in the Ninth Ward alone, this is just maybe a quarter of the city, we saw about 4,000 homes demolished, wiped off the face of the earth, and about 1,400 people died in this small little area of New Orleans. New Orleans is a small city in general. It's bigger in our hearts, but. So part of the reaction to that was one project called Lights Out. You mentioned this a little earlier, but Amani Jacqueline Brown and I, a good friend of ours, we started a project called Lights Out, which is really a conversation around what investment back into a land structure, a development structure that essentially focused on those who had the right to return back to the city post-Katrina. We did this by really trying to buy property post-Katrina, unpacking and untangling the system. So our intention was to create a product that started to have conversations in public, right? So we started to run for mayor. So we ran for mayor and we ran for president. And in doing so, what we did was hold essentially policy meetings underneath a billboard once a month, and we would talk about specific topics around housing in the city, unpacking that with 30, 40 people in a workshop basically every single week, and then we would live stream that and send that back out to people. That's a brief project. One project that you all have probably heard of, or at least not project, but at least situation that you've probably all heard of. Again, Germane just mentioned, and I'm gonna try my best not to say the same exact words as Germane here, but Germane mentioned Robert E. Lee. So Robert E. Lee was one of the tallest statues in the city of New Orleans for 150 years. The man never stepped foot in the city, owned 190 human beings. On his deathbed, and this is what I'll get from the racists in New Orleans, they'll often say, well, he apologized on his deathbed, and you should let it go. And I won't go too far into what I say in response to that, but no is generally the answer. I will not let it go. And so this was the day that we removed Robert E. Lee from the pedestal in New Orleans. I want to talk about this because there's this conversation that we're going to have today is about the continuum of memory. And this was a moment in time, a moment that was so joyful because not just because we got a chance to take down a racist Confederate monument, but because the effort and time it took to take down that racist Confederate monument took 30 years of our elders and ancestors attempting to remove this, us protesting for 2 years in the streets consistently. Standing, all of the people that you saw in Virginia and across the country with guns, they started in New Orleans. See, we didn't have cameras back then. So in 2014 and 15, all of the people with the AK-47s were at our protests. Were following us around with new flags. Somehow they had a printmaking flag maker around with them. They made a new flag every single day. It was ridiculous. But ultimately, these are the faces that you saw on a consistent basis. And this moment was so joyful because we didn't know it was going to happen. We didn't know that we were going to get to have this monument come down at this particular time. It was a battle. And so the 4 monuments that came down, by this time we saw the defeat in their faces and the joy came out. We drank, well, I don't drink alcohol, but they drank every bottle of wine and champagne out of the grocery store and the gas station right at the corner of this street. And it was a beautiful, beautiful moment. So Lee Circle turned to Free Circle in an instant. As a byproduct of that conversation, and again, I'm showing you projects that are in response to some of these issues. So whether it be the environmental of Hurricane Katrina or the kind of political and socio-cultural of the kind of monuments conversation, this is a project called Paper Monuments. Again, I'll talk a little bit more about this in a bit, but this is a public conversation. We talked to over 15,000 people across the city of New Orleans to ask them, can you imagine what new monuments to New Orleans might look like? Ones that are not focused on the repetition of taking one white man on a horse down and putting another white man in a car up. And what does it mean for us to talk about the more kind of collective experience? We do nothing in this world alone, right? We do nothing in this world alone. So can we talk about the events, the people, the places, the movements that shape our city and have an honest conversation about that? And the only way to do that is to expand the conversation point beyond the 70 to 100 people who usually get to define what public space looks like, right? And so that's what we did. We had about 1,500 people end up 1,500 people end up giving us different proposals for what they think new monuments might look like. And our public dialogue meant that we actually put these proposals back up in the street. We pasted them across the city and made sure that those conversations continue to happen for over 2 years across the city. Some of those conversations really dealt with the kind of spectrum, broad spectrum of what culture might look like, what family, what legacy looks like, what the kind of women who define the strength of the city look like. And so these are some proposals that you'll see, all ranging from a 13-year-old to a 50-year-old. The broad spectrum of conversations needed to be put in place so that we could actually have deeper conversations. Those conversations led to a series of kind of contemporary posters that we used to have, again, more public dialogue across the city. One of the reasons we did this, and again, I'll talk a little bit more about this briefly, is because the kind of tactile and haptic consideration of a poster or a leaflet or a flyer meant that we could have more conversations quicker, right? This wasn't the end goal. This was the starting point for more broader conversations. Those things went public. We put a lot of those things out in public spaces so that people could not only talk about kind of historical context. This is a poster around the original indigenous tribe of Chapatulas in New Orleans. This is a series of community members on Algiers Point in New Orleans across the river. And it's both talking about historical context and the kind of contemporary context of the city now. So who do we honor? Do we only honor our history, or do we honor our present as well? How do we start to visualize these stories, the absurdist in them and the kind of real in them? This was talking about, this is one of our kind of central parks in the city. What would happen if we let the ecology of the city take over and we lived with it? What would happen if instead of Robert E. Lee, we had a gramophone up on Robert E. Lee's pedestal? To the more sincere a memorial to those who were enslaved right there in New Orleans on a consistent basis. So all of these start to depict and tell a broader story of what people wanted to see. This was our attempt at kind of translating some of those voices into more direct ideas. So the point of this is to really start to talk about how we make meaning of place. I'm going to talk about the Treme because a few major things happen there. It kind of sums up a lot of what the story of the city is. Read a couple of these quotes. The present is the point in which time touches eternity. This presentation was really titled Continuum of Memory for a reason, because all of these things, the moment a moment happens, it starts to ascend to myth, right? We start to forget bits and pieces of it. Everyone has their own little story about it, and the accumulation of those stories starts to create a story that is either closer to the truth or further away from the truth. And the further away we get, the more expanded that gets. So I'm going to talk about each of these. We start in a moment, whether it's this moment. I told you a little bit about a memento, right? I kept a memento from my story, but each story, each place that we go to, I'm assuming the fellows will probably take something from here that will remind you of this place on a consistent basis. So a couple moments to talk through. This is the city of New Orleans in 1798. The Treme area sits right on the outside of the city. This is the main city in New Orleans. This is what everyone thinks. That's what you're seeing right here. The Treme sits right on the outskirts of that. Most of my projects that I'm going to talk to you about today are centralized in this area. I've worked in the Treme for about 13 years since I moved to the city of New Orleans. So this gives you kind of a map. The thing to recognize here is both the river and the bayous from above is the way in which the city was formed. So much of the indigenous kind of tribes and culture and trade happened from the north of the city coming down towards the city, right? And so a lot of trade happened in this particular area. So a lot of our projects also end up happening in that area. On the outside of this area as well is what you call back of town. A back of town, when you have an area of the city in which people, those with money can exist, that's this French Quarter. Back of town is where everyone else was forced to live, right? Okay. So Congo Square. Congo Square, so New Orleans has this kind of complex history of having enslaved Africans and free Africans in the city over time, and it went kind of back and forth depending on the year we're talking about. But this is an image in reference to Congo Square. I wasn't able to trace this back to Congo Square specifically, so I don't want to say that it is exactly that, but that's what it was supposed to be depicting. Congo Square was the one space on Sundays when Black people in New Orleans were able to come and trade, to celebrate, to be spiritual, and to share with loved ones. In 1931, we started to see the state of Louisiana start to impose a project called the Municipal Auditorium on that particular neighborhood, right on the most sacred grounds, right? The most sacred of all grounds, in the blackest neighborhood in the city. Now, the Treme historically was, again, the blackest city in the country at the time, the blackest neighborhood in the country, and this was seen at the time to be obviously an offense at that moment, right? So one other thing that happened at just a few years later, in the 1956 to 1967, give or take, you started to see the push for a highway to cut through the quarter. Now, this is post Moses losing his battle to Jane Jacobs in New York. Tail tucked between his legs, came down to New Orleans and other places and attempted to kind of expand the idea. And this is what happened. They attempted to put a highway right through the French Quarter, the oldest, one of the kind of older neighborhoods in the city, obviously. And what you see here is that kind of condition. And so, because there was a political power that existed within the context of the Boucherie, within the context of the old city, they were able to push back that highway to, you guessed it, to the black neighborhood, right? And so that's what happened. You saw a highway cut directly through. So the French Quarter is this way, you saw a highway cut straight through the heart of the Treme. And through that, what you see often is that we are forced to, culture is the consequence of persistent circumstance and immediate condition, right? It forces us to kind of heal, to find new ways to survive, new ways to live. That's what you saw happen. You saw over time, people found a new way to survive and thrive. So, form follows fiction. Something an earlier speaker said was that we don't often have the time or the space or the kind of, we haven't been given necessarily, those who have been marginalized have not been given the space to be able to hold down the things that we care most about as a truth in our spaces, right? And so when we talk about form follows fiction, it is to say that the narratives of a people who have been historically marginalized and historically disinherited need to be followed as much as the kind of physicality of space that exists otherwise, right? Oftentimes in preservationist conversations, we always get the conversation that, well, if it no longer stands, how do we honor, or how do we hold it to be a truth? And I think it lives in the people, and if you understand that it lives in the people, if you understand that it lives in the Miss Marys, the Miss Ellens on the block, you know that you can pull those stories and recreate. You can start to reconfigure what new spaces might look like as a byproduct of that. So this is a project that we did called Remember When, Remember Then. It's a small kind of art piece with the African American Museum in New Orleans. It's a lenticular, but the intention was to collage that really talks about the kind of history of the city, both going forward and backward. Let's see. Okay, you can see both. All right. So with the African American Museum shut down for about 10 years, again, post-Katrina, never really recovered, we used this piece as a means to kind of start to bring people back to place. And as a part of the Paper Monuments project, we started to actually tell this story on walking tours and make sure that people kind of understood that, again, both the kind of historical context of the Treme proper, but the highways that cut through, the municipal auditorium, all of those issues that the city or this neighborhood was facing, the depletion of population over time, all of those things were starting to be brought up through the conversations that were put with this piece. Also in this neighborhood is a greenway called the Lafitte Greenway. It is the extension of the bayou that I mentioned a bit earlier, where you saw that big kind of red outlined space. The bayou is a place of trade. It is where a lot of kind of indigenous communities found their route back down to the river, right? And so there's a series of projects called the Storia projects that are indeed monuments, memorials to those stories, to those conversations around. This is a project called Delta that we are working on and is going to go in construction here in the fall, that is really talking about what the history of the bayou is, what the history of the Greenway is, and how indigenous people, both then and now, right, because indigenous people, especially in the States, still exist. And we want to make sure that those stories are the ones that are lifted and raised in this particular context. So this is a bridge that crosses over from a walkway over into another park and allows for some of those narratives to be directed and for people to have to engage with those truths as we move through. These are smaller kind of pavilion projects, and I'll tell you why we do those here briefly. This is a project at the African American Museum called DFRAG. It is about, this project was about kind of ecological displacement and indigenous displacement. This is about kind of community and cultural displacement. DFRAG is in the Treme. It is a place that went from about 30,000 people to around 5,000 people in terms of total population. The density of the housing went way down. The cost of the housing went way up. And so fewer people are able to live there. STRs, or short-term rentals, have essentially vacated most of this kind of historically cultural neighborhood. And so that's what this conversation, this kind of monument to that is attempting to do. It's also attempting to be a pavilion that brings people back to place. So one additional project, which I had mentioned a little bit earlier, the municipal auditorium, is one that I really want to kind of take a beat on. About 2 years ago, the mayor of the city of New Orleans decided that they were going to move City Hall to that same place, municipal auditorium, the sacred ground of Congo Square. Now, what comes with a city hall? It comes with cops, it comes with lawyers, it comes with policymakers, and most importantly, it comes with barriers, right? It comes with barriers to access, right? And so the intention of the community who rose up in that particular moment, nearly 20 different organizations rose up and started to organize around the mayor of the city not moving City Hall to this location, and instead proposing a new idea. So a lot of the work that we end up doing is speculative in the nature that we work with organizations to counter default solutions from public entities, right? And so this project, I love this quote by Alex Haley, which is, when a griot dies, a library burns to the ground. You see that I have this as Alex Haley and Amadou Habatiba, right? When I said that we go from moments to myth, this is the quote that kind of generated that idea. This is a quote from Alex Haley in the book Roots, late 60s, early 70s. Some of you might know it. But the actual quote happened at the UN many years before by Amadou Habatiba, and it doesn't say this at all. It really talks about the lack of, it was really, Amadou Habatiba was trying to preserve kind of African kind of tradition and cultural artifact through the UN. And the quote talks about the loss of traditionalists, griots, right? The loss of traditionalists means that we are losing so much knowledge that it is hard to recover from. So that's what this is. This was a conversation around, instead of transitioning this space to an unoccupiable space of a city hall where people won't be able to occupy or engage with, let's turn it into a cultural complex, one that people kind of have access to on a daily basis. And so that's what we did. We worked with community members for nearly a year to develop a program, to develop a strategy, both from a financial standpoint and from an architectural standpoint, that allowed for us to kind of reclaim the park itself, redesigned with community's voice at the forefront, reconnect the streets of the neighborhoods and the community, to honor some of the projects that had already been proposed by much of the community members, to, again, like I said, reconnect some of the major streets. This is one of the only parks in the city that is locked at night. It has chains, it is kind of blocked up. You can guess why that is. It is in, again, historically African-American neighborhoods, so it is inaccessible even in those particular moments. So the reason I talked to you a little bit about those spaces, media markers, monuments, in large part because the tactile, the haptic, the things that we can occupy that are objects in space allow us to expand a story and narrative, but they are oftentimes either propaganda or informational. They don't allow us to kind of expand narratives in real ways. And so I want to make sure that when we start to think about the kind of occupiable space, we tell more complex stories. And so that's what this one is. We're talking about the spatial imaginary of a project called the Claiborne Innovation District. It's a quote by Bell Hooks: "The diaspora is an act of will and memory." The Claiborne Innovation District is a project that, as I mentioned, starts to try to rethread this highway that cut the Germane in two. Right, bifurcated it. We lost 400 live oak trees. This is a thriving black business corridor, about 400 black businesses. About 350 went away in the 10 years in which the highway was kind of amassed. And just about 50 are still alive today. So it's still a struggling neighborhood as a byproduct of this particular pursuit. Now, just like any scar on yourself, on your body, it heals over and you learn to live with it. And that's what the community has done. That's what we have done. But we've worked to kind of tell more kind of consistent stories. This is a workshop in which we allowed community members who had been around both prior to the highway, so some of our elders and folks who were there right after, to tell stories about what were the businesses and locations that existed in this place from that time forward. How do we start to recreate and or revive or honor the things that still exist in this city? We talked to our elders, like I said, we talked to our youth. In the city, we held a bunch of kind of youth workshops, and as a previous speaker said, it is very hard to deal, to work in community, especially if you don't intend on being a part of that community, right? If you don't intend, they can feel it. Community members can feel it, I can feel it, right? And so the point was to make sure that we are both hiring and working with as many community members as possible in the outcomes of those designs. Even the small pieces. This was a small, very, very quick installation piece that we worked on with some of those same community members to eventually get to a design set that starts to encompass the highway, to rethread some of those elements back into the fabric of this particular neighborhood, and to think about not just the fact that we want to put new businesses back, but this is one of those kind of critical conversations around businesses in New Orleans, that because a history of violence and oppression in the city meant that Black and brown businesses, 95% of Black and brown businesses are 1 to 3 people throughout their entirety, meaning that they are beta businesses. They don't necessarily have the capacity or dollars to lease out a space and maintain that lease space over time. And so we needed to create a different model for folks to reside within. So creating spaces that they didn't have to pay continued rent on, that they weren't having to pay an annual kind of increase in property tax every single year. That's what the point of this is. Yeah. And so the wrap up of this is that this project is 60 years in the making. We've officially received $2 million to go ahead and put the first phase of this in the ground. We start next year with construction, and it's been a beautiful process, but it is one that is a result of us being able to hold on to that history, hold on to those stories, and to create something that was a direct reflection of those, the memory of those projects before us. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you. No, we have a Q&A. You have to answer some questions. I hope there are some. But actually, I would like to use the privilege of holding the microphone to ask the first question or make a short statement also about something that Germane said earlier, that, of course, this is a kind of like special context and situation that we're here now, because like many of us couldn't be here like during the time this place was built, especially ideologically. Yeah. And so the short, it's maybe we could probably discuss about this longer. So we don't have so much time. But I was wondering, now you're here for the first time, experiencing this place, and like coming out from your work experience and those very interesting, incredible projects you're working on, what would your idea or what's your feeling about this particular space here?
Yeah, so this is a great question, because I get this a lot in New Orleans. Oftentimes people will say, where do you draw the line, right? Do you want to take down the monuments? So yes, I want to take down all of the monuments. So what? But do you do that at the scale of the building? Well, maybe not. Maybe there is a way in which you seed and occupy. I think this is a conversation that, I'm glad that we're having publicly, because the solutions haven't necessarily been played out all the way through. We're talking about memory in the sense that it's growing anew all the time. And so when I think about this space, I think about what will happen once it starts to be excavated to a point that the things that need to be revealed are revealed, that it germinates new opportunities for new stories and new histories to be told. I was sitting here this whole time, and I keep seeing this plaque, and I keep seeing, I feel like I can't tell, but it looks like a black man on that. So like there's weird things that I wanna know, I wanna start to pull out. Now, do you just eliminate all of it? Maybe not. I think you have to have the ability to sow that and have those conversations. So I would say keep as many spaces as possible that you can tell full, enriching stories. And if people don't want you to tell the full story, then burn it down.
Thank you so much. Are there more? Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for the kind of deep and transformative understanding from a European perspective. I think that both you and Germane bring out a lot of issues that are also universal. So my question is a very worm's eye question. I'm moved by all the conversation and discussion, but I'm one for getting things done quicker and faster, and also in a way that's not the past. So my question to both of you, in fact, is what are the barriers that are stopping you practicing in the normative? Because the institutions that you are both belonging to, which is architecture, and the rules of the game from development and construction, certainly in the European context, we see as a massive barrier. It's not just the climate, but it's getting the opportunity to actually make something. It doesn't have to be a community project, but it has to be something that you two believe in. So I'd be very interested to hear how you might answer that universally. For example, in Asia and places, because some of the things you're saying are human. It's not specific to what you're doing. So if we're going to build a project together, and I'd love to very quickly with both of you, I'm a structural engineer, and we're parasites. So what we want to do is get on with it, right? So what are the barriers that I could help break?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a couple barriers. One, that you won't be able to break, because I think it's people, right? Like people take time, people are complex, and so I think that one is always going to be that's always going to extend the pace. But we often talk about 6 Ps. So pedagogy, write this down if you want. Pedagogy, policies, procedures, practice, project, people, right? That is the way in which architecture, as we are currently taught, or design justice can attack. So when we think about, I'll give you for instance, right now you're starting to see a lot of design justice language across a lot of universities, and some kind of practices are starting to imbue that into the institutional curriculum, and that is a beautiful thing. But that in and of itself is not the kind of total that'll get us there quickly. But I used to work for the city of New Orleans. The policies and the procedures are the quickest way to kind of move things forward. One of the greatest things I could ever understand is the difference between a policy and a procedure, the idea that the ideal of an ordinance or a policy itself is different than the implementation of that policy itself. So, so noting that, for instance, most cities send out RFPs or RFQs, and they're kind of templated. One of the things that we were able to do as a practice was to rewrite RFP structures, rewrite RFQs, and send them to different cities and say, this is actually how you should be thinking about process. We got a bunch of projects. So we have an office in New Orleans and one in Portland, Oregon. Just a brief story. We essentially helped to recraft the RFP structure in 2017-18 in a few institutions in Portland, Oregon. There was about $32 million worth of projects that were focused on design justice and critical race theory in 2019. Today, there are about $5 billion worth of work that are crafted around design justice and critical race theory. It took about 3 years to get projects that allow us to do the type of work that we want to do at this scale. So it's not extremely hard. I mean, that's the worst thing about systems and the most beautiful things about systems, right? The worst thing about systems is obviously that they're massive and they're hard to kind of shift and change. The beautiful thing is that they're dumb. Oftentimes they use components so that they can churn out the same thing over and over again. And so if you know where you can operate and change those pieces, you can fully fundamentally change the outputs of those systems. And so for us, it is, let's change the RFPs, let's change the requests of designers, of architects, of structural engineers, so that the outputs reflect the type of work that we're attempting to get done. And that's happening. It just takes a long time to put a building up. So you'll see, next time these slides will all be real. So thank you.
Okay. I have a question about something that happened recently in the United States, and that was the environmental disaster in Lahaina. Mm-hmm. And I think about the utter complete loss of the entire community and how much memory that community holds. And I'd love to have you hypothetically think about, like, what would your process be, and hope that this process perhaps is something that can bring back design justice, because all of us fear that developers are going to get in there and turn it back and turn it into a space that's unrecognizable. Yeah. So could you talk about that for a sec?
It's a heartbreaking question, because again, we dealt with this in New Orleans. Like, disaster capitalism is something that kind of it's a byproduct of capitalism. And so I don't have an immediate answer, but I know that it took us 15 years to heal, and I would say not even heal. People have told us that we are hyper resilient as a city. We're a resilient city in New Orleans, and I think Lahaina people will say the same thing, right? But people get tired of being that, and so we have to not just create spaces, but create processes that allow people to heal in tow, like in the process. So it can't be, and this is, I guess, maybe the kind of truth in the answer would actually be, you have to start small, you have to build small things before you build big things. When people are hurt, they need small steps. So the reason we made posters is not because we wanted to just make posters, it's because we needed to have real conversations. The reason we make pavilions and small art installations is not because that's the end result. It's because those are smaller conversational pieces that allow us to build trust and to build to that larger inevitable position. So it takes a lot longer, and I think that's what's going to have to happen, the slow, steady process of building and rebuilding trust and making sure that those who are indigenous know that at any given moment, the switch is not going to flip, and again, a series of developers are not just going to come in and turn the whole thing upside down, which is, again, partly what happened in New Orleans. It's why we are still struggling as a city. So I don't know that it's the right answer, but I know that that's what I've seen work in the past, and every place has its own processes to work. So thank you for the question. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian.
You're very welcome. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
it.
There will be enough time for further discussions, more questions afterwards. And again, the last question kind of like smoothly led us into the following keynote. Professor Dr. Matthias Quent will speak on the topic of spaces and ideologies of inequality in the climate crisis. Professor Dr. Quent is a sociologist and far-right researcher. He has been affiliated researcher at the Institute for Democracy and Civil Society since February 2022. He is the founding director of the Institute for Democracy and Civil Society in Jena and has been professor of sociology for social work at the Magdeburg-Stendal University of Applied Sciences since May 2021. His current research interests are polarization and cohesion, climate racism, and right-wing reactions against ecological transformation and against climate justice. He also deals with the social consequences of digitization and mediatization and the possibilities of democratization in social networks. He studied sociology, political science and modern history at the Friedrich Schiller University Jena and the University of Leicester. Bitte schön.
Dankeschön. Thank you very much, and it's a great honor, a pleasure, and privilege to be here today to learn from this great presentations from your work and to have the privilege to use a little bit of your time for some reflections from the perspective of political sociology. I live about 35 kilometers from here, and whenever I can, I get on my bike and I ride through the landscape, which is really romantic, which is really calm, especially in contrast to the urban centers of modernity and all the hustle and the bustle we see there. And this is one of the main reasons that why Paul Schulze-Naumburg chose this location, I think. It is wonderful that the Design Academy is creating new things in this place where the old and the new are still present in a way, here between forests, mountains, and the Saale River, away from the centers of modernity. Paul Schulze-Naumburg worked 100 years ago. He became an agitating racist and anti-Semite. As you know, he organized the so-called Bund Heimatschutz, which is a federation homeland protection around the turn of the 20th century. This organization not only focused on regional nature and environmental care, but he saw also himself as a resolute opponent of purely materially orientated industrial progress. The capitalist industrial state was seen as a threat not only for native nature, but especially to the German national identity and the German soul, or the Volksseele. The contemporary far right refers positively to Schulze-Naumburg as one of the genuinely right-wing ecologists. At the turn of the century, Schulze-Naumburg fought, among other things, against the industrial use of the rapids near Laufenberg in the Rhine on the Lake Constance for the purpose of a large hydroelectric power plant. What would Schulze-Naumburg likely say about our current times and today's event? It doesn't really care, but it's just an experiment. Surely, he would oppose wind turbines, He would find the construction of the large bridge for a new road, you should have seen it near here, which local resistance are protesting against, to be ugly, but perhaps to be necessary, as long as it served the fatherland and the race. For sure, he who fought against cultural Bolshevism and modernism would despise the Design Academy and this conference, so you have done everything right. The fact that 100 years later, fascists in Europe and North America are again blaming, attacking, and even murdering people as cultural Marxists calls into question the much praised work of reconciliation through the past in Germany and over Germany. For today's lecture, I read some texts by Schulze-Naumburg. What is shocking about them is not primarily his racism, but the topicality of the discourse patterns of his often culturally based racism, which can still be found today not only on the far right, but also in the mainstream of society. Schulze-Naumburg belonged to those intellectuals who, not only with extreme racism and their active support for the Nazi regime, bear responsibility for the mass murder of Jews, non-whites, homosexuals, Sinti and Romani, sick and disabled, leftists, artists, intellectuals, and others. Schulze-Naumburg represented an ecologically, culturally, and racially based reading of the ideological culture despair of the so-called conservative revolution, which importance, following the historian Fritz Stern, is often underestimated in relation to the atrocities committed by the Germans. The conservative revolutionaries, on whom many European neo-fascists, intellectuals, and agitators modeled themselves, constantly lament decline and decay, destruction of culture, tradition, and identity, or, like Schulze-Naumburg, changes and damage to the environment because of modernity. They described modernity, the values of enlightenment and the French Revolution as the origins of ruin and disparaged democracy. They were the pioneers of national socialism. Inequality was and is at the core of the far right of right-wing extremism. The past they wanted to recapture was organized to maintain inequality. Schulze-Naumburg said that it was a mistake that the working class had taken up the false doctrine of the equality of people. In reality, he said, nothing was more unequal than people, and this inequality could not be eliminated by environmental influences or developments. He wrote, selection for the purpose of adaptation to the environmental world has unfortunately hardly been consciously applied so far, and thus abandoned any relation under ecological pretexts. I spare you even more extreme quotes. He was a companion of many intellectual conservative revolutionaries who blamed liberalism for the alleged downfall of the Abendland West. Liberalism was the main enemy of the fascists. It is still, at least, on par with socialism. The ideology of national socialism and its pioneers, the cultural despair of the conservative revolution in the fields of culture and intellectual lives, followed on the footsteps of Christian anti-Judaism and constructed the enemy image of the powerful, rich, and ruthless Jews as a personalization of the hated modern identity. According to this view, the Jews were behind both communism and capitalism and were to blame for the fact that the assumed natural inequality of people, nations, and races was increasingly being dissolved by social, political, and technical measures. In the Weimar Republic, the reactionary push towards the past became more and more extreme. Modernity, with its idea of human equality, was regarded as unnatural and sought against as self-destructive. At the same time, the democratic claim of equality of opportunity and rights was by no means close to being achieved, and as you know, it is still not. Today's backlash movements are still directed against equality and justice, especially in the fields of race, gender, and class. The more visible the unsubstantiality of the pretests for justifying inequality were and are, the more aggressively and irrationally its supporters and profiteers insist on it. Conspiracy narratives, usually structured in anti-Semitic terms, are an expression of this radicalization. The pseudo-theories of human race, industrial annihilation, spatial imperialism, and World War II were the results of these ideologies. However, the authoritarian nationalist and usually anti-Semitic and, of course, racist struggle against modernity was never a struggle against the use of modern technology for one's own cause. From the Volksempfänger and the Volkswagen to the V2 rockets and today's social media and AI, fascist movements have always pioneered the use of modern technology for their political interests. The relationship between racism and social space in the right-wing thought, which is also expressed in aesthetic questions, stands for claims to supremacy based on brutality and the exercise of power. The simultaneity between, first, the romantic transfiguration of environment and nature, in Hitler's case especially the mountains, as you can see in this propaganda photograph here, he's head of the mountains. Second, the brute urban architecture for the purpose of demonstration of powers, and third, the industrial rationality of human extermination plans and war production show what it was all really about: the domination of man and nature. The correspondent on the total claim of the National Socialist regime to imitate the supposed naturalness of the hierarchies between living beings in nature and the social world by using extreme violence. Fascist ecology is not based on the view that man and nature are one, but on the conviction that politics must imitate the ruthlessness of eating and being eating in nature and the means of industrial technologies, instead of using them to improve the living conditions for everyone. In our days of a rapidly escalating climate crisis, eco-fascist voices are growing louder again. Like democratization and industrialization in the past, they are now fighting decarbonization and transformation as downfall for the homeland, for the economy, for the culture, and as illustrated by the emotional defense of big cars and constant meat consumption. As posters at protests from our days, like this poster, slurs can be seen that show solar and wind energy as a war against the people of the land, das Landvolk. In the US, in New Zealand, in Germany, even racist terrorist attacks justify their violence in eco-fascist terms. It's offensive to quote in a way, but we have to understand. They say that the number of non-whites must be reduced in order to save the white race and their homeland. These extreme eco-fascist voices are in the minority, but they point to one of the ways in which the escalating crisis can be dealt with ideologically without challenging one's own privileges. Another, of course, problematic approach to global warming still dominates the anti-ecological discourses. It's a denial of the existence, the human and industrial influences, the changeability of climate change. Pseudo-studies, board experts, fear-mongering, disinformation, and downplaying of climate change are part of prevailing discourses and ideologies. Both the denial of man-made climate change and eco-fascist and eco-nationalist plans go hand in hand. Many activists and researchers conclude that climate change is a structurally racist phenomenon. Even IPCC reports acknowledging colonialism as a driver of climate change reinforce what indigenous people across the globe have been declaring for decades. Iman Itwin explains the connection between colonialism and climate change with a historical example. She says, it started 1452, the year when black people were first enslaved on the island of Madeira to work. In the same year, Columbus' discovery of the sea routes to America began the continental mass enslavement of people from African countries. The colonialists forced them to clear forests for plantations, where they were then further exploited. Our capital markets today were created by enslavement in the first place. That's because the incredible profits that we were captured through it made industrialization possible. This means that the reason greenhouse gases could be released is much further in the past than most people here want to believe. And that enslavement and colonialism have played a central role in this. Today's attempts to counteract climate change through tree planting in the global south also reflect a neo-ecological logic. For these areas, local smallholders who previously used the land are expropriated in green-grabbing processes, and instead of converting areas of commercial agriculture in the global north for the purpose of reforestation and climate protection, even in climate protection measures, those who are even in climate protection measures, those who are least responsible suffer again. Byran Lee, Director of Energy and Development at California's Breakthrough Institute, calls the climate policies of the rich global north green colonialism, claiming that it keeps poorer countries in the global south dependent. Elisabeth Jempierre, who is active in the Climate Justice Alliance, also analyzes the connection between climate change and colonialism. She describes climate change as a result of the legacy of colonialism and slavery, citing a long history of exploitation of land and labor in order to build a capitalist society and provide resources for the privileged. Jempierre draws a direct connection between the I Can't Breathe protests of the Black Lives Matter movement. In 2014, Eric Garner, an African-American man with asthma, was killed by using a prohibited chokehold by police officers. Video footage shows him shouting, "I can't breathe," several times before his death. These were also George Floyd's last words, repeated for minutes before he was killed in 2020 by a white police officer who pressed his knees on Floyd's neck. Respiratory elements like asthma are more common among Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and because of environmental racism, they statistically suffer particularly badly from air pollution. Therefore, the I Can't Breathe slogan represents also the fight against environmental racism. So, from the history to today, racism has never been a true scientific doctrine. The doctrine of existence of human races, as taken to the extremes by the National Socialists, has never held a gain of truth. And yet, racism was and is real because it is a pseudo-scientific permission of inequality. By denying people equal worth, equal entitlements, and equal rights on supposed natural or cultural grounds, racism serves to justify exploitation. Racism is not just an individual prejudice, you know it. It is the perpetuation of structural power relations that have their material and ideological roots in the area of colonialism and still exist today. In this sense, climate racism describes on a structural level the externalization of the ecological costs of the industrial prosperity of the majority white West at the expense of the majority non-white regions and people that are most affected. Climate racism is both the structure and the mechanism that produces and legitimizes the structures. Climate racism as a global principle of inequality shapes our everyday practices of our everyday practical reality of life. It is part of the everyday practice that connects each one of us to these structures. The consequences of carbon emissions and environmental damage in the extraction of raw materials are felt above all by those who are already marginalized in several intersectionary dimensions. People and areas statistically most affected by climate change are not white, they are poor, they are more often female. About 120 years ago, Schulze and Naumburg argued against a hydroelectric power plant, which is now considered as a climate-friendly technology. More than 100 years later, this topic is even more relevant than ever. Wind turbines are a major source of conflict. Of course, there are some valid arguments why wind turbines are worse in some places than others. There is misinformation, there are campaigns founded by fossil fuel interests. The attitude of many when it comes to landscape changes for renewable energies, such as wind turbines or power lines, is not in my backyard, and the question is in whose backyard then? However, every time we find a wind turbine aesthetically displeasing or are annoyed by paper drinking straw, we should remember that the same system that imposes regulations on millions of people to act in an environmentally friendly way, that makes energy and everyday's good more expensive nowadays. The same system allows a few super rich people to emit even more carbon in 1 week with their private planes, mega yachts, and the luxury consumption than average citizens do in their entire life. Super rich emit 1,000 times as much greenhouse gases as an average person. How could this be fair? It is not climate protection. It's not. Climate protection is not a lifestyle issue. It's not just about how you eat or how your mobility is structured. It is a social, it is a class, it is a gender, it is a racial inequality issue, as well as a global and generational issue. The fine word of freedom, used to defend the status quo and often concealed with the fact that this freedom is exclusive, and thus not a real freedom that ends with the freedom of when the freedom of others is violated. It's not freedom, it's privilege, historically grown, inherited advantage to the detriment of others. For every ton of carbons emitted, there is a ton that will not be available for others before planetary boundaries are exceeded. On the African continent, the average emissions are 1 ton per person, of course, with significant differences between the different African countries. In Germany, it's 11 tons, in the US and in China, even more. How could this be fair? Why is this accepted? Are Africans different? Do they not deserve the same opportunities for releasing greenhouse gases, for prosperity and for living conditions? Just one example. More than 1,700 people died and 8 million have been displaced due to floods in Pakistan summer last year, which cost around 30 billion euros at damage. At the COP27 climate conference, the country demanded compensation, reparation from the industrialized countries that are responsible for climate change, arguing that the main culprits should pay for the damage inflicted on the most affected. According to a study of the London School of Economics, the amount needed to compensate for climate damage could rise as much as 1.8 trillion euros annually by 2050. But the counter-reaction to the polluter pays principle is nationalism. It is not a coincidence that many of the states whose past and present are marked by colonialism, industrialization, and high greenhouse gas emissions, and whose elites benefit especially from global inequalities, have in recent years produced strong right-wing authoritarian to fascist movements and parties whose lowest common ground is the defense of the old power structures. This includes the opposition to the emancipation of women and non-binary people, equal rights for immigrants, effective climate protection, indigenous populations, critical research on racism, a genuine coming to terms with the past. It includes as well the regulation of the financial markets and redistribution from the bottom to the top, while declaring a cultural war in which the middle classes are persuaded that they are victims of a global woke elites war. These backlash movements are led by sections of the traditional elites who see their positions of status and power threatened by the drive and thrive on the fear that globalization, immigration, and ecologism could challenge their prosperity and privileges. More than any other issue, climate change exposes extreme inequalities while challenging the narratives of neoliberal capitalism of the past decades. For if is it true that the downsides of prosperity and growth not only call into question the life chances of the population in the global south, the poor, women, the sick, the elderly, and other vulnerable groups as a whole, then the myth that success and prosperity of the individual depend solely on one's own diligence and ability is being debunked, as are the illusions of equal opportunities and that growth, prosperity, and wealth benefits everyone and harms no one. The climate crisis is a fact-checking of the ruling ideologies of capitalism. It would be convenient to continue telling the story of the liberal promises of progress, faith in technology and development processes that have been successful in many aspects, including human rights. However, this all ends with the planetary boundaries, because climate change is a justice issue and it challenges capitalist ideologies. It is easy to denounce climate justice with old anti-communist phrases. If you listen to climate researchers, it is still possible through radical decarbonization to correct the mistakes of the past, or at least to limit global warming to a non-catastrophic level. But unfortunately, no Western industrialized country is on track to achieve these goals, not because it's not possible in a technical way, but it's not wanted on the political sphere. People rebel when their ideas and expectations no longer match reality. To avoid cognitive dissonance, we look for confirmation. In a reality marked by extreme inequality, the proliferation of ideologies that frame inequalities, poverty, discrimination, disadvantage, and exclusion as natural, as just, or as self-responsible is not surprising. Racism, supremacism, religious ideologies, conspiracy ideologies, plutocracy, and anti-state liberalism are extreme results of an over-adjusting to material reality and trying to make sense of contradictions that we have to understand. Their followers are not crazy. These guys are not crazy. They are radicalizing the status quo in an overwrought way. If we take climate change seriously, we need to expose its material and ideological causes, as well as the lobbies, the lies, and belittling narratives that maintain the self-destructive status quo. We are talking about big corporations, lobby groups, think tanks, national parties, and international networks that have been denying climate change for decades and spending billions to suppress green ideas and technologies. The climate crisis is a crisis of inequality because those who contribute to the least suffer the most, not just on a global, but even on a regional, on a urban level. And on the other hand, those who bear the greatest responsibility still benefit the most and at the same time have the most opportunities to protect themselves from the destructive consequences. Are the workers who depend on their old gasoline cars to feed their families are to blame? Or the political and economically desired structures, and which, as we saw in some of the presentations as well, for decades and against better knowledge, produced manipulation, for example, of emission values, lobbied against regulation and against public infrastructure, build ever larger cars, designing cities full of roads and parking lots instead of affordable housing and public transport. Space has multi-layered effects. How much space do cars, pedestrians, or cyclists get? Who is more powerful? The one whose vehicle symbolizes the greatest capital? These questions are not just practical questions. They shape everyday life, culture, reality, and ideology. Without climate justice, meaning class justice or social justice, racial justice, gender justice, generational justice, and some other aspects, a democratic future is unimaginable. This must find practical expression in the fact that the more rich and powerful, the main perpetrators of global warming, must use their opportunities to protect the poor, the vulnerable, and powerless from destructive consequences of climate change. But, as we experience every day, most of them do not do this voluntarily. But every social and emancipatory movement has fought for change in the face of opposition. That's what we saw in presentations before as well. Anti-modern, eco-fascist ideologies, such as exposed by Schulze and Naumburg, are not an alternative. They are anti-human, they are anti-democratic. Their focus is not the protection of the global climate change and humankind, but the unity of blood and soil. The polarization and radicalization of parts of the ruling class we experience in political reality shows the relevance of a warning of the German publicist Hans Magnus Enzensberger, who wrote 50 years ago about the critique of political ecology. Fascism could easily turn the struggle for a clean environment around for its own capital interests. Enzensberger noted that fascism has already proven itself as the savior in an extreme crisis situation and as administrator of scarcity. In the event of an ecological catastrophe that can be perceived immediately and on a mass scale, the ruling class would not hesitate to resort to fascist solutions. And nowadays, right-wing agitators are currently calling climate activists, climate scientists, and green politicians not just cultural Marxists, but as well things like you are the real eco-fascists or terrorists. But when in reality, fascism is a tangible option for defending the status quo of extreme inequality. Fascism is the option of the profiteers and the powerful to insulate themselves from global dislocation, from change, from justice movements, and from climate migration. The ideological isolation precedes the physical isolation with walls and soldiers. The amplifiers of disinformation and myths usually boost to having the real truth. They say that climate change is just the invention of a global elite to scare and oppress population and to become even richer and more powerful. claiming at the same time climate change is a communist hoax. Again, conspiratorial powers are constructed that would destroy the nations either through communism or woke liberalism. These twisted ideas only work because society normally does not dare to question the ruling ideologies of neoliberal capitalism. Even leaving aside the scientific facts, isn't it much more obvious that some elites in business and politics have only become powerful and rich because of the same developments that caused climate change and global warming? No lobby is more powerful and has more influence in recent decades on the public discourse, on media coverage and policy decisions, from subsidized to the way our cities and mobility are shaped than fossil fuel industry lobbies. Criticism of this kind is ideological. The ecological transformation, green ideas are ideological. Climate activism is ideological. We hear these formulations all day in public discourse. Ideological is always the others. The ideology of the supposedly unideologically is particularly powerful and exhausting. It is a blunt defense of self-reflection about the fact that every view of the world is in a way ideological, including the view of the respective ruling ideology, which is more than just the expression of the ruling conditions, it is the justification of ruling conditions. Everything is the way it is because it is the logic. But as Greta Thunberg said, change is coming whether you like it or not. Is design unideological? Does a world on fire need design? Can art, architecture, culture, and intellectual discourse make a difference? I think yes. It's not about instruction, indoctrination, or education, not only about this, but about power and about visibility, making the invisible visible, making visible the ambivalence of continuities and contingencies, conflict and harmony, irritation and clarity. Art cannot be apolitical any more than science or any other public activity. We can only live in the illusion of neutrality as long as we refuse to acknowledge that the revelation or concealment always serves someone, either the profiteers or the victims of the social order, as Pierre Bourdieu wrote. It is easy to individualize and to complicate it, to criticize the system in which we ourselves are managed, and from which many of us benefit daily, especially me as a white cis man. But it's our responsibility to use these privileges of intellectual and cultural spaces, not just for things like self-realization or success. And we saw in the presentation before how this in a very, very great way can be realized to something good. We have to use our responsibility, of course, never to legitimize in a way fascist ideologies like Schulze-Naumburg and his comrades in arms did, but to find new, optimistic, and progressive ways. In sociological thinking, as in art and in the design of spaces, this means linking the private with the public. This is the main aspect, linking the private with the public and going into conflicts that count. We must resist the isolation and the private and open spaces for, as we see in communities. We must at the same time resist romanticizations as well as anti-Semitic and nationalistic transfiguration of nature and homeland, Heimat, the cultural despair ideologies, and a naive belief in modernity. We must not only design, but also implement just and optimistic ideas for the future. Sociologist Zygmunt Bauman wrote about the ambivalence of modernity. If the battle cry of modernity was liberty, equality, fraternity, then liberty, diversity, tolerance was the ceasefire formula of postmodernity. And when tolerance is transformed into solidarity, the ceasefire can even become peace. And since you are all very visual people, I'm not. This is what artificial intelligence says, what this peace could look like. Thank you for your attention. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Matthias, for reminding us that we don't only have to deal with the past, also with the present and the future, of course, and that everything is connected and always having an effect on each other. So, are there questions? Who's first?
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think it was really interesting for you to draw attention to the disparities, obviously in carbon footprint, but also in the discourses that are unfolding right now around the responsibilities that are being held on those carbon emissions. So my question would be, based on the research that you have conducted, how do you see the next stage? I mean in terms of actionable stages. And I know that there's a lot of spatial practitioners here working various lines of work. What do you feel is the most efficient way we can use our platforms or our practices to enact a better future?
That's a great and very complicated question, because there are so much and at the same time so small possibilities. Yeah, right. The spaces for a real radical approach is just in my eyes. It's, as we saw in the presentations before, on a very concrete local community level. But at the same time, the big problem is to link what is happening locally with the global sphere and with the global inequalities, because we know that we can't stop climate change just in one country or on one continent, but it's a global problem. And what we see is the backlash to nationalism, even to localism, and the question how to break this boundaries between us. I'm not an expert of architecture and these things, but I do think that it really makes a difference if you are in Las Vegas or in Copenhagen, because on the one side it's extremely concentrated and capitalized. On the other side, you see in Copenhagen how the public space and the private space finds together, where there is common ground, and there is common spaces where you can not just educate yourself and others, but have a kind of mixing of the spheres that you can feel. I think that you should, it's your task to find this. I can just say something and describe, yeah? I can just describe what I see, what's happening on the far right, and in my eyes, what's happening on the far right, from Trump to Bolsonaro to what's going on in Europe, is the biggest threat for not just for human rights, but for the ecological crisis as well. And your benefit is that you don't have to be political, but you are political in a way, yeah? So you don't have to go into this debates or to debunk how the far right is arguing and doing things, but you can install and implement a better reality and a better sphere of experiences. And this is what, on an emotional way, is, I think, important to get the support, the acceptance, and a new normality where people feel that the change that is coming is better for not all of us. It's impossible, yeah, because we have to be clear that there are privileged groups who have to lose privilege and power. And this is a question in intersectional way, especially, and we are here in a very rural environment, where we see that on the global level that the main question is how to address and how to mobilize in the best way, in the best case, the people in more rural environments. I'm very curious in your ideas and projects that are developed here. Yeah.
We're not going to let you off the hook quite that easily. So I'm gonna build on Miriam's question and tie it back actually to Akash Moravanski's point earlier on, which was, I think, really getting to, I don't know where you are, Akash, back there, talking about the use of media, because it seems that part of the question for, so we saw in the presentations of how public can be engaged, and then it's slow, and then it's local, and I think that's one method. And I think you raised the point very accurately of, okay, but this is a problem that goes beyond the local. Yeah. And so I think one question is, how can either scholars like you or policymakers engage the media to be able to grab that ability to communicate to a public at a broader level than the local examples that we saw with both Germane and Brian. And so I wonder if there is some way of engaging those mechanisms, even in your field, which is less visual, but is entirely verbal. How can the media actually be used not to have the messages that you were showing that were very frightful or Trumpian, but messages that could actually take this to a larger scale?
I don't know if the media sphere is the most important sphere in this field, because the media sphere is structured in a way it is structured, and it's very hard to break the Fox monopoly or the Bild-Zeitung monopoly in a way. So again, I would say it's a question of grassroots to have direct relations that are able to correct disinformation, that to establish experiences that show that it's not true what the real fake news media that exist are providing. So what the far right is doing, they're in a kind of meta-political fight for a kind of hegemony in the civil society. And as we saw in the past decades, that the citizen rights movements are very, in a way, successful, yeah, against all the problems, all the barriers, all the violence, to establish a new form of hegemony. And I think it's the quest of the time to combine the struggles against racism, against far right, for democratization and climate change, and to bring the power of the powerless together, so that what's opposing us or the civil society fails in dividing or in separating or in fragmentation of the topics, because that is what media is really good at, and saying it's the global elites versus the working poor and so on, and we have to prove that the reality shows another form of solidarity.
Thank you very much. I was just wondering, first of all, thank you very much for this fascinating presentation, super interesting. I was wondering what the role of education and curricular structures in this is or should be, because I mean, I come from a generation where we are educated on university levels in a highly specialist way. So it's I mean, this super developed sort of intersectional approach that you apply is not yet anchored on curricular levels in educational systems, and but clearly something we need. I mean, not just, I developed a new arts program. It was very hard institutionally to anchor courses on nature and natural sciences, because we need to bridge the humanities and the natural sciences in the first place to develop structures where a younger generation then is able to both apply this kind of critical thinking coming from the humanities, but also the skills and the knowledge, and then bring this into action. So
so how do we, so I'm curious if you, in your own academic context, work on this and develop structures that provide abilities for a younger generation to learn the skills that are necessary to think intersectionally, but also to connect theory and practice and critical thinking and scientific thinking and all of these things.
Yes, thanks. This is a great question again, because the problem of establishing structures is a problem of resources, of time, of allies, of possibilities. And at least the German educational sector is very, very complicated and very, in a way, hardened. Honestly, my hope is not about the education, the traditional or structured educational sector. It has to do what it's possible within the sector. But when I talk to my students, and maybe in the US it's another debate, I'm not pretty sure, then they come to university where we don't have, for example, a pretty broad gender program or something. Yeah, but they are self-educated from social media, from their peer groups, that they know much more about the ongoing debates and discourses than we could reflect in the lectures, for example. It's linked, but another problem than the climate change things. So I think we have to strengthen the informal ways of learning, the informal ways of emotionally biased, again, communities and spaces where people can be informed and organized and self-educate themselves over the boundaries that the formal educational system, at least in Germany, a very strict school-like program in a lot of studies, is making possible. But on the other hand, of course, academia is a sphere where there's a lot of freedom, where there's a lot of freedom of thinking, and the possibility to establish a new combined intersectional programs, for example. It should be used, but it's a very bureaucratical process, at least in Germany and in my experience. Yeah? So we try to do what we can, but the boundaries are small. Yeah.
Thank you, Matthias.
Thank you.
Now we come from a very important, more theoretical approach to a more practical, more activist, probably also, approach. And I would like to introduce Ravi Naidu, who is founder and CEO of Interactive Africa, one media and marketing company based in Cape Town, South Africa. Ravi completed his MBA at the University of Cape Town. He also has a Bachelor of Science degree in physiology from UCT. His main business interests have always been media, creativity, marketing, and project management. Ravi is also known for founding the International Design Indaba, recognized by its award as one of the world's leading design institutions, and I guess we're going to hear a little bit more about that. Ravi is also a member of the jury of the Index Awards, the world's most valuable design award, and a jury for the Dutch Design Awards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mahret. Hi, folks. Good to be here. I'm vibrating from the experience inside the last 24 hours, and I'm quite inspired by the soaring ambition of this place. So Egidio, Arne, Tatiana is a force of nature. She impaled me via Zoom, which is quite difficult, to smoke me out of Cape Town to come out and share our little story here with you. So it's really good to be here. And fabulous to follow on Germane and Byran and Matthias. And my story is one of smelling like an armpit and getting up very early in the morning and shoveling, which we've done consistently for about 25 years. And I'm inspired by the yoga of action, of really wanting to be taken by the rush and the dopamine surges of converting ideas into reality. So we try to do this quickly, lots of stuff. We've got lots of cuts and bruises. It's messy. But we've been reasonably prolific inside the last 25 years. And we started to, COVID gave us pause, and we stopped and we started to actually take stock of what it is that we did since 1995. And we counted in excess of 200 projects that we just recently been putting together into a book form. We actually didn't pause in that time to actually look back, but COVID was a real healthy break. So this is me. I set up this company at the dawn of democracy in South Africa, and it was about the only time somebody with this kind of dusky hue could step out of the shadows and do something as provocative as start your own company in South Africa. I come from an academic background. I was a physiologist. I did postgraduate research at UCT Medical School. I did stuff that was, quite socially disengaging. I'd sit in the corner of a laboratory, nailed to a lab stool, staring down a microscope, and nobody could walk within a 30-meter radius of me because the low noise vibrations would affect the experiment. So I was a social misfit, stuck in a corner, and this exciting, amazing times at the dawn of democracy was so moving that I gave up my time in academia and was so inspired and really sipped on the Kool-Aid and was taken up by the euphoria of the time and left the comfort of academia and did this high wire act, and halfway through an MBA degree started this platform called Interactive Africa in order to kind of experiment as to how we could use strategy, creativity, project management, and communication as kind of levers in order to be inspired by the vision of a Mandela, but to try and convert it to some very practical projects that we could do that could enhance nation building in our country. But immediately we started to say to ourselves that, to be fair, part of what we needed to do was to convert the algebra of the space. All too often, from where we came from, being reasonably oppressed, it was the algebra of the lowest common denominator. And could we really be a lot more expansive and be about the highest possible multiple? How could we give ourselves stretch? So we had a one-word strategy document, and we started to really explore projects that were expansive, that were truly, truly ambitious. And you must understand that that time was so magical. Everything felt possible. And we had this talismanic leader in our country, and all of us wanted to be more, and we wanted to contribute towards this energy that was so prevalent at the time. So I'll give you a whistle-stop tour so you can just kind of understand the spirit of activism that existed in our company. And I'm going to talk specifically through to the design practice subsequently. But our practice goes beyond true blue design. So in 1999, for example, we did this rally across Africa. We drove from the northern tip of Africa to the southern tip of Africa. We called it the African Connection Rally. It was a media and political cavalcade to promote investments in telecommunications in Africa. Because in 1999, there were more phones in Manhattan than all of Africa. And we said that, Africa missed the Industrial Revolution. We can't miss the digital revolution. Get people to talk. It's a basic human right. We had President Mandela as our patron, and we raised this money purely from the private sector. And we did this cavalcade across Africa, and we had to overfly southern Sudan because of the civil war. We traveled with 25 journalists from CNN, BBC World, etc., to bring global attention to the situation. And with a Canadian NGO called IDRC, we built telecenters along the way, and we gave telephony to people who hadn't heard a dialing tone before. And it was just a fun, goosebumpy project to traverse Africa. And you can imagine logistically challenging as well. We used to use shuttle diplomacy out of Mandela's office to get across Libya at the time when Brother Leader was at his pomp. In 2002, we project managed a magical event, and a South African got quite rich. And this is a rather peculiar thing about South Africa. It's very, very difficult to position us. We're not your stereotypical third world country. There's some crazy first world pockets where people are doing really zany things. In this instance, this is a gentleman called Mark Shuttleworth. He created a particular piece of technology that was very, very important in e-commerce, a kind of digital handshake. And this business rapidly grew. He got 42% market share globally. And some congressmen in America were saying, guys, we really need to be careful about our kind of technological supremacy in this space, because the barbarians are at the gate and people are yapping at our heels already. Why? There's this youngster in Cape Town. His name is Mark Shuttleworth, and he's created this company. He's got 42% market share. And immediately kind of outed this guy who started a business in his garage. And he subsequently got an offer. He sold his business in 2001 for $575 million US. And he then darkened my doorway and he says, hey, you know that zany project you did in 1999 where you went across Africa? I've got a crazy idea. I'd like to go to space. So we project managed a trip to space, and he just followed on Dennis Tito. And Dennis Tito went out and listened to trippy music and looked out of the window. But with Mark, we converted into a campaign. We created a platform called Hip to be Square to promote math, science, and technology with the youth across Africa. And we had a live, dedicated satellite channel across Africa with live links, Mandela talking to the cosmonauts, etc. And it was the most magical project, and lots of it is documented in the public domain. And we were very involved in the Soccer World Cup bid in 2010, which is probably the last time we did something really ambitious in our country. It was about the time that the kleptocrats came in. And so we went from this rather soaring possibility of all of these. Can you imagine the odds of going and negotiating with the Russian space agency to manage a trip to space and put a South African flag on the fuselage of a Soyuz as it blasts off from Baikonur in Kazakhstan to the International Space Station? I mean, just like absolutely discombobulating kind of stuff. And then, you know, we had this guy called Zuma who came into power in 2009. And we've seen as something of an unraveling since, but more of that later. In this time, though, perhaps, whoopsie, where am I going here? I'm going backwards. Excuse me. Tick. Okay. So, this is more appropriate for this particular room. And in about 1994, in the afterglow of the election, we were kind of thinking, what could be our contribution towards this new democracy project in the country? And I kind of felt like, you know, our country was quite bipolar. It's about politics and sport. We do sport quite well. And there was not enough texture in between. And could we do something that would advance ideas, that could advance culture? And could we inspire an entire new generation of Africans to say, you know, you've been indoctrinated into thinking that the value is in the earth. We built a massive economy because we had mined 80% of the world's gold through most of the 20th century. Diamonds were discovered in 1871, gold in 1886. The prevailing mentality was the value was in the earth, but the value wasn't walking on the streets of Johannesburg. And we wanted to shift that and said, this is where the prime real estate was. And ideas are the most powerful forces. So we wanted to gather the best exponents in these magical arts of converting ideas into reality and inspire a generation of Africans to do the same. So this platform was started. It was called Design Indaba. Indaba is what we're doing here. It's a gathering of people. It also means the news. But we are having a bit of an Indaba. But we did it in a way of just being super kind of progressive in our stance. And the nicest thing was, we hadn't been to a design conference before. So we did this without being to a design conference. We just thought that, God, the source code of design, creativity, and innovation, what a beautiful toolkit to play with to reimagine our circumstance in South Africa. And so we hadn't been to a design conference, so we just decided, well, what is it should we do in terms of this design conference? And we kind of mashed it all up and became a very broad church. We didn't stick to the typical disciplines of design. We invited chefs and musicians and writers and poets, and it became a massive conflab. But like, if you wanted to inspire people, you had to make it fun, and you had to make it spectacle, and you had to make it really, really hyper-energized to pierce the bubble. And so we didn't go in the same kind of stretch mentality for lowest common denominator. We just went for the best of the best. And this took crazy amounts of energy to bring out the leading lights in Africa, in the world, to come in and inspire the next generation of Africans. And we did it in a way that became theater, that was in a sense that just 5,000 people would descend into it. Can you imagine 5,000 people listening to a live design conference? It's absolutely bonkers to think of. And then it was beamed live to Nairobi and to Kampala and as far afield as Lausanne, Switzerland. And we started to play with this to make these things a platform, not just for inspiring, but also to make, to just demystify how you make things, the anatomy of making. And so, but in order to do this, we had to do it with spectacle and festival. And so we would take up a week in Cape Town in the last week of February. And in our most spectacular gig, 65,000 people came to it, both the festival components and the conference. So to give you a sense of it, because it's hard to describe this phenomenon, I'm just going to play you a bit of a video, which is a montage of what went down. Get a sense.
What an event. I have not seen anything like this.
Design Indaba is an incredible event, and it just keeps getting better and better.
Oopsie.
It had a really huge impact of us seeing ourselves as people of creativity, as people who inspire.
Today we have tools that we thought were never imaginable.
This project probably wouldn't have happened without the Design Indaba.
Oh no,
it is one of many manifestations, I think, that are beginning to happen of more permanent things that the Indaba has spawned.
Design helps you do things that you never thought you could do.
My goal is to keep everybody warm on the whole wide world.
I'm not a designer, I'm actually a designer.
We are in the time of the creative thinkers. The creative people make the world go round.
It's a pity. Yeah. Cheers. The video was rousing, I promise you, and I wanted to entertain you with a zany soundtrack as well. But so this is the gig, and we created it not just as an event, but to actually design it as a platform, to make this as a place to inspire, to make it a developmental platform, and the most important part of it was to convert the think tank into becoming a do tank, to make the event a manifesto for making, and. In that time, by bringing the likes of a Helo Youngeris, who had come out twice, or even a Hanif Kara, who've all spoken there and worked there, so you just don't come to speak, you come to do some heavy lifting as well, and that's the nature of how you get invited. We show you outlandish hospitality in the time that you're there, but then you also give back. And this has created the kind of a rising tide that lifts all ships, and we've been able to create a wonderful developmental platform around it and disseminate this information through magazines, through websites, etc. And fundamentally, this is what it is that I want to talk about, the kind of projects that could emanate from this gorgeous kind of assembly of there's such an important reason that we convene like this. I mean, even last night, we sparked of each other. I hung out with this guy for 3 days in Miami, and it was so super inspiring. We will be doing something together. I just know it. And there's wonderful, it's just really, really important for us to come together, to be energized by each other. And so the think tank, if we do it right, almost always converts into a do tank. So the question with us was how could you activate that and make it 3 days of talking and 362 days of making. So it became like quite the mantra in the office to use this event as a manifesto. And it comes in doing it in a way where you can have absolute fun with it and make everything something as an opportunity to make, in a sense of crafting a gathering. So for example, when you come and speak, we're going to ask you, what's your project? If you're going to come to us and you're going to hang out with us for a week, surely we can do something together. So I'm not booking a speaker, I'm booking a collaborator, and we're commissioning work. And so, like in this instance, a speaker comes over, and he was inspired by a deaf-mute dancer in Cape Town. And the dancer runs a dance company called Unmute. And he can't hear music, but however, the vibrations is enough to be able to inspire him into movement. And it was a stunning story, and these two typographers that spoke at Design Indaba, Noel Pretorius and Maria Ramos, were inspired by him and his movements. And so this talk generated a typeface, and the generosity of the platform is that an Oprah moment, you get a typeface, you get a typeface, everybody gets a typeface. And so absolutely every opportunity with a speaker, with a collaborator, becomes an opportunity to make. And so when we say this, 3 days of talking, 362 days of making, we really, really mean it. So a series of projects and a series of provocations. Now, I live in South Africa, and we've got massive issues with inequality, of course. We come from a horrible past. And part of the issue is, and you come through to Cape Town, you will see in against the verdant areas of the winelands and the spectacular beaches. You can't but not notice as you land in Cape Town, the informal settlements, the shacks that lives cheek by jowl with all of these amazing areas. And so the question is that, what do we do about it? And we looked at the government's rather cringe-worthy low-cost housing propositions. And they were really, really poorly built matchbox housing. And we thought, well, could we take this energy of the people who gather, and could we give them this project of designing for the poorest of the poor, to give empathy and dignity to the poorest of the poor? It turns out that there's a bit of a global standard that back then when we were doing this project, whether you're building a house in Sao Paulo or Mumbai or Cape Town, it averaged out at about $10,000 US. And we set to a whole raft of amazing architects who were Design Indaba alumni. We teamed them up with South African architects, and we gave them this project to design this house in a squatter camp in Cape Town. And the whole thing is, though, it wasn't going to be just an academic project. We said to them, the first one that could pass building codes and we could get it registered, we will build it, and real families will move in there. So we made movies with these families. We had these proper co-creation sessions with the families, and the South African architects provided context, and then we were able to build this. And this is a bit of a story. So this is the housing crisis that I described, and I hope this video plays properly while I take a breath. So these were the RDP houses that governments built. I mean, just the most unimaginative places. And the project was done by an architect based in Cape Town, who, interestingly enough, spent 10 years in Robben Island as a political prisoner, studied architecture here in Germany, and that's him, Leander Mpashelwa. And his was the first house that we could build, and it's built in a rather desolate space, really on dunes, not terribly inhabitable. But they used the material of that place, the sand of that place, to put it into these Hessian sandbags, build it into this latticework structure, and then have it clad. And these were the terraces of houses that an event built. So, don't misconstrue what events can be for. And this was the Design Indaba 10 by 10 housing project. So, can design elevate cultural identity? This is a rather interesting project. This was, for most parts of the 20th century, the tallest building in Cape Town. It's 14 stories. It was built at the advent of this new company being created called the Portland Cement Company. And this was their pride and joy. And this is a grain elevator and a grain silo. And the grain from our agrarian economy that was simultaneous to the gold mining and the diamonds was sent all through the world out of here. In 2006, I hosted an interesting youngster at Design Indaba. He was young then, as were all of us. And he had just done one building in that time. And his name is Thomas Heatherwick. And we were quite intrigued by this building, and we walked through this building. And we noticed that the V&A waterfront, which was this massive waterfront development in Cape Town, were just kind of pussyfooting around this building. They developed everything around it. They were almost hoping for this building to fall in on itself and wouldn't be too much of an issue with heritage, and they could do their standard retail, hospitality play in that space. And so we go out there and we start to lobby them and say, what are you doing with this building? And could we come up and suggest some ideas for it? And we got taken to a room where there was piled up proposals, and there were like about 34 that we counted on a pile, and there were some really, really bizarre ones, how to convert this into a Holiday Inn Express hotel with porthole windows, etc. And then together with Thomas, we started to pitch a few ideas as to how this building could be converted. I had some dreams at the time of making it a design Indaba museum. And we started to pitch. And then the entire V&A waterfront was being run by the national parastatal that looked after the harbors. And through privatization, it was sold to Dubai World. And Thomas and I go in and we start to pitch to Dubai World. Then world financial crisis, Dubai World sells it, and they sell it to a new set of owners. So, what do you do to cherish an idea? I'm going now to 2006, and then we go to 2008, and now we're pitching again to a whole new set of owners, and then they sell, and then we've got a massive private sector company who now owns it. And we get up early in the morning and we start to pedal hard again. I had models of what this could be like in a little hat box, and we were pitching, professional pitch, and pitching to people all around about the possibilities for this building. This building was realized just over a decade later, and it was transformed from that to this. And it became the Zeitsmoker, and in a delicious way, Thomas celebrated the heritage of this place. He scanned the kernel of a piece of maize, and cut that into the tubular structures of the silo to hark back to its previous incarnation of being a grain silo. And now it doesn't disseminate grain around the world, it disseminates culture, and it's a beautiful, beautiful space. Here's Thomas in his own words. Could we have some volume?
It's thrilling to have had the chance to work on this project. I think it means something different than producing an arts institution in a European context, or even North American or Asian, where there have been so many initiatives driving forward, creating spaces for artists to show their work. But in the continent as big as the whole of Europe and North America combined, roughly, there hasn't been a major institution devoted to being a place for African artists to show their work. Some of the most incredible work on the planet is going on in this continent, and phenomenal artists producing that. And it sort of felt bonkers in a way that many of those artists have had to relocate to other parts of the world or are sending their work there. So we were very motivated by the clarity and the vision of our client group of trying to make a platform for Africa to tell its own story rather than have it told by institutions around the rest of the world. It's, in a sense, a simple thing. It was taking a grain silo, this building made from huge concrete tubes, circular tubes, square tubes, rectangular tubes, and us feeling that we shouldn't lose that. It would be too easy to knock it all down and make a new museum be a sort of shiny spaceship that has landed here. And that felt like, that's not right. This is an interesting, odd structure. Yes, we need 80 galleries, and yes, actually they don't want to be that curved, but how could we take the best of this structure and also some of the exuding gravity of the soulfulness of the original concrete? In the projects my studio's interested in, we're exploring how do you have texture and soulfulness in places and trying to see what the way is. And here we have this giant blessing of a structure already to work with, wrestle with, and to manage, hopefully, to have then made this platform of 80 galleries. And this space we're standing in front of now, this project probably wouldn't have happened without the design Indaba. I would be nowhere near this project. This is a pretty big, tough, raw structure that isn't going to evaporate after an indaba. It's here, I hope, for the long term, and is, well, one of many manifestations, I think, that are beginning to happen of more permanent things that the indaba has spawned.
So it gives you a sense that, I mean, a talk morphed into that monument, which is, should inspire all of us as to what the power of convening can be. We're starting to experiment with what is design, really. I mean, is design only about material object, or is a plan, a flow diagram, a design? Is a rapid response a design? And we're moved by what we were seeing happening in Somalia just under a decade ago, with the warlords running amok and issues around hunger. And we played around with this idea of design ER, design emergency rescue, and put together a project like this and rustled up the community, the design community, in order to be able to put on this rapid response. Took 3 days and one of the nicest part about a network is the ability to be able to galvanize them if you've got a clear, focused project at hand. Can design help prevent violence against women? There's a fabulous NGO in Cape Town. The NGO is called VPUU, Violence Prevention Through Urban Upgrade. It's actually run by a German expat, a gentleman called Michael Kraus. And he does the most wholesome, beautiful projects in Cape Town. And one of his projects was suggesting, and studies was that in a particular area called Monwabisi, there was a very, very high incidence of violence and gender-based violence against women. And he said that one of the things that they were rustling up some money for and wanted to create some awareness around was the fact that this place was terribly under-provisioned and didn't have basic lighting, and the incidences of abuse will increase, of course, in the dark. And what lighting would have would be a fantastic kind of upgrade in terms of violence prevention, and came to us and asked us, would we be interested in collaborating in order to be able to do this project? And so we decided to make an art piece in Cape Town, and we walked to the famous street artist called Fate 47, and we constructed this massive mural on the main thoroughfare out of Cape Town. And then we created a social media campaign in Cape Town called Another Light Up, where we brought attention to the plight of these women in Monwabisi, and then crowd-funded lights onto the mural. And each time you funded a light in the mural, we put a light out in Monwabisi. We could technically fund the lighting in Monwabisi on our own, but that would have been pretty pointless. We wanted to use the opportunity to communicate, to galvanize the Cape Town community, and this piece sits on a very prominent thoroughfare in Cape Town, and a project called Another Light Up. So the scale varies. We really relish just doing things. It doesn't have to be as monumental as a 10-year project in terms of Zeitsmoker, or it could be a mural and a rapid response that takes place inside 3 weeks. It could be a rapid response that took place inside 3 days in order to be able to respond to an urgency. Can design transform urban life? This was a very interesting project, and Cape Town and the politicians around Cape Town kind of, after a while, started to be quite enthused about this whole idea of design. And then some of the bureaucrats and politicians thought they would bid for this rather pointless title. I don't think it means too much in this current company called the World Design Capital. It's conferred by a shadowy organization based in Montreal called ICSID. Don't think it has too much of relevance. But anyway, the bureaucrats wanted it, the politicians wanted it, And they said, well, there's a judge and there's a jury coming over to Cape Town, and could you maybe just galvanize the community one evening? We want to have a show of force, and we're going to tell them that we are a really groovy design city. And of course, they give you an 11th hour notice to do this. And so it's in the middle of winter. It's a rather wet, rainy day. And we organize a gig at a nightclub in Cape Town. And this was pretty much on the hoof, and was a group not too dissimilar to this. And you decide, well, how to make it light and how to convert this thing into something that could be reasonably productive, but also how to inspire or to seduce the jury who are going out and appraising Dublin, Bilbao, or Cape Town to become the world design capital in the year 2014. And so I distributed beers to everybody in the room. I had them all stand up. And we toasted South Africa in the spirit of 1994, and may we never forget, and may it constantly inspire us to be more. Glug. We toasted Cape Town, and how could we not be inspired by that natural beauty? And you can't live in that place and not be aesthetically charged. What are we going to do with this? And we toasted Cape Town, and then we toasted design, creativity, and innovation. And we knocked this thing back. So we were all reasonably festive. We had maybe more than one beer. And then we started a conversation with the audience. And we said to them, guys, we live in a rather messy place, huge divides between the haves and the have-nots. So tell me something. You're all mostly designers in this room. Tell me, where do you think you kind of rate in community in terms of who do you think in your community would be regarded as the most important? The doctor, the teacher, the first responder. Where do you think you fit in terms of the community's estimation as to your value, as to your worth? And said to me, how's it going in that regard? Do you think you are even noticed in your community? And who are you talking to, really? And are you caught up in this kind of bipolar world of B2B, business to business, or B2C, business to consumer? But have you ever really thought about what are you doing to face community? So I gave them a provocation that night. And part of the whole reason we do Design Indaba, and we gather these funds, and they all sit in a not-for-profit, in the Design Indaba Trust, is that we can use this ammo for projects like these. So that evening, looked out at this room and said to them, tomorrow morning, if you got up quite early, and you remove the scales from your eyes, and you walk down your street, and imagine that you've had a wand in your hand, what could you possibly do to just improve the quality of life on your street? Not anybody else's street. Don't design for 10,000 streets. Design for your street. In the deeply personal will come the universal. So design for your street, address an issue on your street. And so from Design Indaba coffers, we offered a prize. It was not a lot of money. We cumulatively, in South African terms, it was 250,000 rand. That divided by 22, 10,000 euros, right? And it was amazing because, quite frankly, everybody leant forward into this kind of provocation. They don't get these kinds of commissions too often. And just this unleashed, a tsunami of entries. Inside 24 hours, we got 80. And meaningful ones. And just amazing because people have these ideas. It's that little psychic tickle on the back of your neck that you haven't quite responded to, and it just takes somebody to just give you a push, and you think, damn, that's it, I want to do this. So this particular project was done, and it's just so heartwarming, and it kind of tells you something about, how with very little resources, it's embarrassing to tell you what this cost. This cost 2,000 euros to put together, and the cost of a flight for some of you in coming here. So how could you use creativity to transform public space one street at a time? And this is a charming little story of one of the winners in Cape Town who observed a particular phenomenon outside their studio and responded to it. So they spotted this woman tottering out with their shopping and not being able to pause because there's no place to sit. And then they created this beautiful piece, and they laser cut out her name in her honor, and it was called Violet's Walk. And this is a beautiful system of street furniture that was designed out there. And this project has just taken root. It's now operated in about 8 cities around the world. And this was like a seating system in Johannesburg. This was a project that we did in Eindhoven. It was going to Bergen, to Rizzo, etc. And it started in a nightclub on a wintry Cape Town evening. And it got legs. And so I'm going to do this very quickly. I'm going to get to the nub of it. I started slightly late. Could I just get 5 minutes? Groovy. Can design enhance democracy? This is a project that came on the back of Design in Durban as well. We got this call from the mayor, and the mayor said, listen, you guys are reasonably responsible citizens. We'd like you to make a contribution. He says, ma'am, what is it for? She says, well, you know, I think we're wanting to do a mural to dedicate like one of our preeminent citizens in Cape Town in Archbishop Tutu. So I said to her, ma'am, that sounds a fantastic idea. How much will that cost? So she dropped a number, and then she sent the invoice via email, expecting us to kind of pay for it. You know, sometimes when you lift your head over the parapet, these kinds of things happen to you. So I said to her, ma'am, but, you know, I remember you doing a mural for Mandela, and that was fantastic, whatever. But, you know, is murals your best suggestion? Is that like, what are you? Murals are us. I said to her, ma'am, surely there's another way to do something to celebrate the life of Archbishop Tutu. And she says, well, what do you have in mind? I said, I'm not quite sure yet, but give us a little time and we'll come back to you. And so this happened. And as it turned out, that weekend, I was going off to Norway and I had to speak at an event in Norway. But when I was there, my host said, who would you like to meet when you're here? Because I'm constantly, you know, out on the lookout with my antenna well primed, looking for interesting people to do projects with. And I said, well, I want to meet the guys from Snøhetta. Is it possible for me to meet with Kjetil Thorsen? They said, well, it's easy to meet the Pope. I'm not sure we could do this. No, you're not going to meet him. I mean, and it's too short a notice. I don't think we can do that. Anyway, they reached out, and you know, mercifully, Kjetil said, I'd meet you. So I'd do this gig, speak at the conference, and the next morning, I go for brekkies, and I go to Kjetil Thorsen. And say, Kjetil, you know what? I love your work. So inspired by it. I'd really like you to come to South Africa. But, you know, I just don't invite you. You're going to have to do something with us. She says, what do you mean? Do you have a project? I said, well, I've got this peculiar thing, request from the mayor. She wants to do something to honor Archbishop Tutu. And she says, like, you know, it's so terrible when you honor people after they've died and you deliver these rousing eulogies. We really need to honor people while they're alive and say, thank you so very much for everything you've meant to us. So I said to Kjetil, so I had this idea when I came out here. How about if we did an arch for arch? So that, you know, in Europe, you've got these triumphal arches when victory in war. And we had a victory of sorts in a non-war circumstance. We came short of civil war because rather pragmatic leaders like Archbishop Tutu were able to negotiate a revolution. And they were the real kind of people who ushered our democracy. And so this project was born. It was called the Arch for Arch.
Design Indaba brought together the award-winning architecture studio Snøhetta and Johannesburg-based architect Thomas Chapman to build a meaningful blend of design, art, and activism. The Arch for Arch is a commissioned project commemorating the life and legacy of one of South Africa's most beloved figures, Archbishop Desmond Tutu. Featuring 14 arching stands of wood, each bearing a quote from one of the 14 lines in the South African Constitution, it is envisioned as a physical representation of the arch's revered grace and strength, and will have its permanent home at St. George's Cathedral in Cape Town, where Tutu previously served as Archbishop. A prototype will also be installed permanently in Johannesburg at the Constitutional Court. An experiential piece that will allow anyone to walk through or seek its shelter, the structure embodies the same principles of equality and freedom that inform our Rainbow Nation. Unveiled at the finale of the Design Indaba Conference 2017, and is proud to be part of this momentous tribute to both our beloved Arch and our progressive Constitution.
I am quite overwhelmed. And so I want to say a very big thank you to yourselves.
And is proud to be part of this momentous tribute to both our beloved Arch and our progressive Constitution.
I'm quite overwhelmed. And so I want to say a very big thank you to yourselves and your forebears. And thank you for all of those who have been responsible for this magnificent occasion, and those who have thought up this quite remarkable concept. Thank you, and good.
Anyway, so this was built, looks absolutely fabulous in downtown Cape Town. And I'm going to power past this because I've got a time constraint. This was a lovely project that we did with Es Devlin. We built a zoetrope outside the Zeitsmoker, and the proceeds of it has gone on to build a school in Malawi. And we had Mercedes-Benz underwrite that. We did this beautiful memorial for Masekela, a fabulous friend of ours, amazing jazz trumpeter. And in terms of memory, we were asking how could we memorialize his most magnificent contributions to our country. And we commissioned an architect, and I was thinking as to whether I should include this in my presentation, but I did. David Ajay, who made this beautiful piece, and it sits there as a permanent record of Hugh Masekela's contribution. And this is his grave, really, his tombstone in Johannesburg. So a whole range of projects, working with IKEA to create Africa's first range of design was available across the world, working with Google to celebrate artists across Africa. And this is a kind of a monument that we've done digitally, where lots of artists were struggling through COVID. And Google asked us as to what it is that we're going to do, and we took all the money that they gave us, and we just atomized it, and just distributed it to 60 artists across the continent, and we asked them all to interpret color. And we've got a promiscuous relationship with color across the continent, and we really celebrate color like nobody else. And we asked artists of every single territory in Africa to celebrate it. And if I had more time, I'd show you this gorgeous, rousing video here. But this system doesn't particularly like video, so I will pass on that. So this is the rousing thing, and I haven't presented this to anybody. So I'm giving you guys a scoop. I'm absolutely insidering you right now. This is a brand new project, and I've got goosebumps from it because I've actually just come from it. And that's the thing that Tatiana smoked me away from. And I've got images that were taken yesterday via drone that I'm going to share with you. And here's the project. So, when you've got this kind of track record and some cuts and bruises and some mistakes and some kind of projects that you can point to, it's amazing sometimes when you do that and you put yourself in harm's way. One of the advantages of putting yourself in harm's way is that people kind of see you as being some kind of a decoder of this kind of implementation deficit of being able to make things. And so we get things sometimes that walk in through the door. In this instance, the biggest financial services company in Africa, non-banking financial services company, in the middle of COVID, the chief executive officer calls and he says, "I've got a crazy project for you." He says, "What's the project?" He says, "Well, us particular financial institutions, we have this thing called unclaimed benefits. Unclaimed benefits is when they can't find the beneficiary of an insurance policy. They can't take this money and put it onto the income statement. It has to be ring-fenced, kept separately, and only seen to be used for public benefit." And he said, historically, my company started in the first pandemic in 1918. How poetic, I'm talking to you right now during the second pandemic. And the question would be, what interesting, zany ideas could we do to be able to give in a way that could have a 10x impact? The previous incumbents at the company would write checks to charitable institutions, but they were maybe getting 1x in terms of return. Could you really do something more ambitious with this money, given the fact that we're in the funk of COVID right now, the economy is completely becalmed, and then we've got some rather peculiar problems in South Africa, because after the loftiness of Mandela, we are dealing with some rather venal kleptocrats right now, and we need to walk past it. So we did the study, we came up with a few ideas, and in long story short, we made 2 books about it. The one idea was a whole series of interventions in public spaces. It was like a 280-page book, and we worked with 10 sets of alumni of design in Durban all around the world. And then, besides that, we did this other idea called tourism, because the place is desperately gorgeous. But we trade at a massive discount to our net asset value. Turns out in the global economy cake, 10% of that cake is tourism. In South Africa, despite all our joys and beauty, it's only 2.8%. So we're a glorious underachiever. And we put 5 big ideas there as to how we could become bigger in terms of tourism. How can we go 2x in tourism? So long story short, we made an exhibition because we're selling to financial people, and it's bloody difficult to convert ethereal ideas to finance people and actuaries. So we had to enliven this. So we put this together, 3D models, VR, videos, etc. And we started to campaign and seduce mayors, premiers, ministers, etc. And quickly it got some traction, and they started to release some funds from this unclaimed benefits fund. And urban acupuncture as a project, as like little spaces where we could, do you mind if I do this? Just press where it's hurting, just to release the flow and release the energy in order to be able to, help us unclog the arteries of our urbanscape. And you all know this kind of concept, very, very well defined here. And essentially, we did this. The state of the nation is quite parlous right now. I mean, this is the final hurrah. And our municipalities are in distress. We've got huge inequality. And the question is that we still need to keep the faith. We can't give up on this hard-fought gains of the democracy while the robber barons have been playing with our state. And so the question is that, could we take a stretcher to the high street and do something about it? And, this is the kind of context in our country which is really, really desperate. And so we started to think, like, what could we possibly do on empty spaces, these interstitial zones on the high street, so that they could become economic or cultural accelerators. So this project was born. It's called Subcity. It's being seen for the first time. We are repurposing old electrical substations. So in the old apartheid infrastructure, these substations were massive. They would take up an entire building, and all of this infrastructure would be filled with this kind of machinery of electrical transformation. Contemporarily, all of that infrastructure sits in a green box outside the building. So the question is, what do you do with the carcass of the building and the embedded energy of that building? So we found that, like in Johannesburg alone, there were 16,000 of these, and we geotagged them and worked out where were these things located, next to schools, near clinics, and could these things become a lung to that existing facility and offer a greater utility in the places that they were found. And so in order to be able to prove this project, we had to do it in the hardest place. So this is a real tough suburb to be in. The place where I took a photograph of was a drug den, people who shoot up heroin in this kind of space, major, major issue with gangsterism out there. And we started through with a process of working with the community, co-creation workshops, presented these posters throughout the entire community about what the possibilities were, and lots of conversations, as Brian says, takes a lot of time and engagement because you don't want to do something that lands there as a UFO. But the most interesting thing and the delicious thing about the making was that simultaneously, we've had a massive, massive issue in trying to link climate change and link some of your other presentations together. The massive issue is that Cape Town was a canary in a coal mine, becoming the first major city in the world that came perilously close to day zero. We were down to days before running out of water. And we had this massive social engineering experiment to get all of us to conform to a huge saving exercise. We were all reduced to 50 liters of water per day, and we managed to thwart this just in time, and the rains came. But the question at the time was, medium term, what are we going to do to improve our water resilience in the city? There's a great academic study in 2016 that said if we remove the alien vegetation in Cape Town, it would free up the equivalent of one dam. There's 7 dams servicing Cape Town. And during the colonial period, they planted these eucalyptus trees all across the city of Cape Town. So we're utilizing and we're harvesting alien vegetations off the slopes of Table Mountain and using this in order to be able to make this. And I'm going to leave you with this document. This is brand new, a bit of an African prototype, using state-of-the-art new technology. We repurposed this robot from an automotive production line. We're now giving it a new purpose. And this is El Dorado Park, which is technically Soweto, really, and people there live in these rental apartments. Shortly, part of the lobby as well is that they're going to be getting title. So as of next year, they're going to get title for these particular buildings. But look at how rapid this has been. This is day 2. I was sharing this with Tatjana on a day-by-day basis, and it's so such a rush to see this kind of conversion. Day 3, I kid you not, it's like putting it together like Lego. Landscaping the garden, fruit trees, lots of opportunities for al fresco assembly, a 3-story community center with NGOs of that area to be anchor tenants in order to be able to use it. So here's our thoughts. We're more likely to see change come from culture than politics, as culture now enjoys more trust than politics. Long-term collaborator, design and Daba in Oliver Lyson. I'm not showing you this, but because I don't have time. But I just want to say, we have so many angles as to how to come at this. And you have no excuse. Whichever portal, whichever is your gateway drug into this gorgeous space of making, of creating, use it. Designer is optimist, dreamer, thinker, seeker, researcher, instigator, provocateur, collaborator, catalyst, futurist, influencer, convener, connector, experimenter, demonstrator, visualizer, storyteller, maker, educator, change maker, accelerator, activist, reformer, and humanitarian. You can be all of those. Thank you so much. Sorry, mate. Yeah. Thanks, folks.
Thank you very much. So, wow, okay, that's a lot. And obviously you could have gone like on longer and longer, so, but it was like, yeah, time actually flies while listening to
I've got a grey grizzle and I've been around a bit. Yeah.
So I bet there are some questions, but we will transfer the Q&A to the lunch, which is now, actually. But before we go there, just some quick announcements. Now's the lunch. After lunch, there will be the workshops. And when you go up here, most of you probably have seen it already, there's a pink board. And you all got assigned to the workshops already, so you don't have the chance to choose for yourself. So please just find your name and then go to the workshop, which will start in an hour, like at 2:30. So, and please be on time again, as I have to point out. And after the workshops, there will be a short coffee break. And then we will meet back here at 4:15 for Miriam Shabani's keynote. Yeah, that's it for now. Enjoy your lunch. So hello, welcome back. We continue. The live stream is actually already running, so we continue with the last part of the program here in Saaleck. And before I conclude the lecture series by also telling you what I learned and what I would like to take away for my own work, I would like to introduce Maryam Shabani, who is about to give her keynote on the topic of sanctuaries. And Maryam Shabani is an architect, urban planner, co-founder of New South, a collective research platform, and associate at TXKL, an architecture and urban practice. Her work focuses on context-sensitive approaches to developing countries, using design and the construction process as tools to create and stimulate economies. She investigates the role of architecture in a globalized practice and builds bridges between her professional practice in France, Algeria, and Myanmar, and the New South research platform. In 2014, the Remade project in Bangladesh received a Lafarge Holcim Next Generation Award. Thank you for being here with us.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for saving the best for last. I hope you're as rested as I am. I'll try to make this short and sweet so we can continue these discussions over dinner. So maybe to begin, I need to situate from where I'm speaking. So I'm Algerian born. I grew up in Algiers, then in France. And my experience is very much steeped in this transition from one world to another and from one type of power to another, and a very specific type of power balance, or should I say power imbalance, between these two worlds. And there was a seminal moment that I did not quite know at the moment, but in 2001, my life was about to change. I know it was the case for many of you, and I know there are some Americans with us today, but it was the moment where the place where I was living started implementing increasing restrictions on the visibility and the welcoming of my people. And I'd like to begin with this photo of Sebastião Salgado of the mines of Serra Pelada. So these are gold mines, and hundreds and thousands of bodies are involved in extracting the gold, extracting the resource. And every time I see this photo, what I see is actually the makings of architecture. And ever since I have been involved in this discipline, and I think all of us here are fully aware of this, based on the discussions that we've had all day, that we are by nature a discipline of extraction. There is a price to be paid. And this price goes towards the creation of value. But what value is it? And I believe that we are mostly involved in the creation of monetary value. And so we know that as architects, as we work for real estate developers, as we work for governments, for local powers, we are systematically putting ourselves in a position of serving a political agenda and serving a power that is in place. And the value that we are generating revolves around money. And so what kind of value exists outside of that? And is there another type of value that we can push forward in our architectural discourses in order to try and move towards a different type of production and a different type of existence? This photo was taken by Imani Jacqueline Brown. She's a Louisiana-based artist and researcher. And this is a really striking picture. So here what we see is what she calls a sacred grove. So here in the middle, we have the remnants of a burial ground of enslaved people in the plantations of Louisiana. This photo was taken in 2020, if I'm not mistaken, which means that this sacred grove has persisted and remains to this day. Around it, the plantation evolved, but it's still a productive landscape. These are agricultural lands, which means that what we see, what we witness is this dialogue, this contrast between a productive landscape and a non-productive one. So how is this staying up? And here I feel like we get a clue of maybe an alternative form of value. And the sacredness which is attached to this place only remains because of the taboo of death. This statue, the statute has a burial ground. It's okay, I can stay. I can pause a minute. And so this really brings to mind what kind of lessons we can take from this, from an architectural perspective. And then recently, Mohamed Mermezyan, who is an Algerian anthropologist, published this book, Des Empires sous la Terre. So the translation is underway. It should come out in March. Look out for it. This literally means empires underground. And this work brings forward this idea that from a historical analysis, the idea that the emergence of extractive capitalism is based in part in the secularization. And so we move from this idea that the land holds life, invisible life, holds spirits, holds value, dragons, to a world where this land is dead. And if it doesn't have any life, then we are free to dig into it, to extract, and to exploit. And his work also mentions the, sorry, come on. Matthias, help me out. This doesn't work. And so in his book, he also mentions the colonial history and the displacement of body and merchandise and resources. And so the displacement of these bodies and the systems of value that accompany them. And this is where the next slide comes in. Wow. So I'm discovering that Germany is not quite what I expected. It's okay. I can keep talking, and then if we get some images, that's good. But at some point, I will need some slides. And so what Mohamed's work allowed us to do, I think, is bring in a theory that so far was completely absent from the discourses around extractivism, and kind of bring in this decolonial approach to ecology. So basically, this kind of forces us to also acknowledge the fact that this history of extractivism is also tied to the erasure of certain types of value and the sacredness of places and the types of ritual that existed around these places. So we're all aware of the role that indigenous populations have played in the safeguarding of land. In the United States, there was a lot of media attention around the Keystone Pipeline, and we have seen, to a certain extent, the success of people challenging the Trump administration in courts of law to prevent, or at least halter for a time, the construction of such pipeline. And these photos are actually collages by Marwan Barhouni that illustrate pictures taken from inside mosques in the UK. And here we kind of have this contrast between the traveling of these signifiers of meaning, these signifiers of a locale, of traditions, in contexts that are stand in stark contrast with them. And obviously these are adaptations of places. And Mathilde Cassani has done the same work on these sacred places in profane buildings. These photos were taken in New York. And what we're seeing is ground level spaces that have been more or less converted. Really what we see here is simply putting down carpets, but these signifiers of meaning and of sacredness that have been transported here. And so with this in mind, I'd like to take you very specifically to the context that I'm familiar with, Paris, for one project. I will only present one project that kind of summarizes the various challenges that we're facing when we're trying to deal with the sacred in secular societies and secular urban space. And so in 2019, I was approached to design a mosque in Paris. And the first thing that I did was to check how many mosques are present in Paris and what exactly is a mosque in France. So here you have, very roughly, the Google map of the mosques in Paris. And so when I looked at that, I was like, okay, there's a fair number of them. There's a few. But I couldn't quite remember any of them. I know one mosque in Paris, which is the Grande Mosquée de Paris, the biggest one. But I couldn't quite understand what these points were. And so when you zoom in, what you realize is that these are the mosques in question. And this, and sorry if you can't see it, it's normal, it's invisible. And so it's the ground, it's the ground space, it's the underground as well of these places. So the very word mosque here is used quite liberally. And so here what we can understand is the situation in this European capital with approximately 1 million practicing Muslims in the bigger Paris area. These are the types of spaces that are mostly available to them for worship. And here a little bit of context is necessary. France is a secular society. That means that the state does not fund sacred spaces. It's not going to fund a church. It's not going to fund a mosque. This is the theory. And then in reality, and this kind of brings us to this idea of contested monuments, the state has in place protection for monuments and patrimony. So what kinds of monuments do we find in France? You know it. So churches and sacred buildings. And so we kind of see these disproportionate and unbalanced treatment of the types of sacred events that are allowed to exist and take place within the city. And so here you have 3 examples of mosques that exist within Paris and the greater Paris area that are actual buildings. This one is the only one that's inside the confines of Paris, the traditional, in everyone's mind, what constitutes Paris. So behind the périphérique. And this is the Grande Mosquée of Paris. This was built between the 2 wars. This was built as an homage to the many Muslim fighters that were involved in the war against Germany, and that died for France. And so there was this idea, since all these populations were based in French colonies, that this building would be an homage to the indigenous populations from these places. So when you look at this building, what do you see? Do you see a French building? Do you see a Parisian building? Where is this based? And so this was a neo-Mauresque building that used architectural elements from Morocco, from Tunisia, so from local expressions of architecture from these French colonies. And this solidifies the notion that a mosque is foreign and alien to that land. It is an alien architecture for an alien people. And these two other examples are more contemporary. But here what we see is still an attempt to reproduce certain types of elements. So we have the dome, we have the minarets, and we have sort of the arches and kind of a reinterpretation of Arabic and Andalusian elements on the facade. And these attempts to sort of recreate a certain idea of what a mosque is, meaning that it's necessarily something that is tied, then again, to very specific geographical type of architecture, maintains that idea, maintains the idea that it's still diluted, pastiched form of identity that only exists within the fringes of the French society. So what do we do with that? Because these are the only examples of mosque that we have in France. And being tasked with designing a new one forced us into double bind. One, this is not simply because the French are the bad guys and that they impose this type of aesthetic. This is also a signifier of the histories of populations, of part of the populations, that want to maintain a form of tie to ancestral lands, that also bought into a certain discourse of their position, but also of the type of architecture that represented them. And then the second one was that towards local power and dominant power, we knew we were in for a ride. And we can think about that for a while. Sit with the discomfort. And so maybe to continue on this idea, I should clarify exactly what our client asked us. So our client is a French association. These are descendants of first-wave immigrants that came from North Africa, from sub-Saharan Africa, around the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, subsequent waves of migration, and especially right after the Second World War, to build France, to build the roads, to work in the factories. And they settled there and they had children, and their children had children. And they're French, and they certainly, most of them hold a single citizenship. And so their requirement is for us to design a French mosque, which is a complex program to be tasked with. And so beyond the French mosque that they're asking us to accomplish, they're also asking us to do something that functions economically. Who is going to pay for this? They're not able to afford this full building, and the state won't fund a religious building. So we find ourselves in a position where we actually need to make a sacred space that also operates as a financially stable building, something that generates income, something that generates money, something that's going to be able to sustain itself in time. But we're not going from nothing. So this is the current building that exists. This little building is actually a former factory, a paper factory in the center of Paris. That was bought 50 years ago by the grandfather of the current president of the association. And this is their most valuable heritage. They bought it for nothing. Now its value has skyrocketed with the increase of real estate of Paris. So we also have a land that's actually being looked at by real estate developers who are courting them regularly. In 2014, this photo was taken outside of the mosque. So as I've mentioned before, we have very little prayer spaces for the number of Muslims in Paris. So these are the types of situations that we have witnessed in the city from time to time. People praying outside on the street. So if any of you has ever been to Paris and has seen the state of the sidewalks, you know that you don't want to put your face down there. And so you know that this is not something that people do for fun or because they particularly enjoy it. And so the response was for the police to now be present every Friday outside of this building. And here is an example of police presence around a Friday noon prayer time that makes sure that we have no more street prayers. The question for the need for space is not addressed, but this is what we're here for. And so here is maybe just a quick breakdown on who is involved, because we believe in transparency for these types of projects. And so on the side of the design team, we are working with SBP Engineering, which is actually a German firm. Surprisingly, they were one of the rare firms that accepted working with us on this topic. We actually had a number of offices that refused to work on a mosque project in France. But the speciality of this office is that they're really good at structural engineering, obviously, but also at making covers. And you will understand later on why this is so important for this project. And also, we had, beyond our client, we had an assistant to the client, which is actually an association of young Muslims based in that neighborhood that were working hard to make sure that the future of this mosque is meant for them and not for their grandparents, which is kind of the issue today. And so the way we started was to set everyone down and accept the fact that we would have to spend a year just talking. And so that's what we proceeded to do. And we spent a year trying to understand exactly what were the expectations. What were the expectations of the client, but also the expectations of the people who wanted to attend this building, but that we also hoped we'd be present and make this building alive. We know that there's a generational gap. There's also a gap in expectations and desires. And here, what was interesting is that what these people wanted was not tied to form. So no one mentioned the necessity for a certain type of architecture, but certain needs were extremely clear. The need for a feeling of community, the presence of nature, the quality of bathrooms, having cleanliness, having light, having comfort, and also having spaces of quality for the women attending the mosque. As a side note, since everyone is praying in the underground, I let you imagine the state of the spaces for the women. So we got to the drawing board going back to the most essential form of a mosque, and kind of historically, what does that mean? What are the requirements that we need to meet as designers to make this building a mosque? And it kind of bottled down to three things. One is a delimitation. So it is a clean space, a sacred space, a sacralized space, in opposition to a profane one. So it's simply a delimitation. The second one is direction. We all know you have to pray towards Mecca. And then the third one is the capacity for collectivity. You can pray on your own on your carpet, but for it to be a mosque, you actually need to be able to pray as a community. So this photo is taken of what we call the desert mosques. So these are Bedouin, temporary, and migrant mosques that can erect pretty much anywhere in the desert. And we find all of these qualities and these characteristics present here. The problem is we're in Paris, and we don't have that much space. But also we can't really use the ground that much. So verticality kind of comes in. And we realized that the issue is going to be a technical one. And so we spent the next 6 months working on the technical aspects of this. So as you might have noticed, for a sacred space, we're not spending that much time talking about light or the sacred nature of the spaces or the quality of the spaces. So much time is just spent on defining program and then defining the technical aspects that are required for this program to happen. So here we have a building that functions with multiple stairs that make each floor individually accessible, independently from one another, meaning that you can actually cohabitate with profane spaces and sacred spaces at the same time. It also means that you can have various things happening simultaneously, but you also can have different types of people inhabit that space. And by that I mean that this can be fully inhabited by women or fully inhabited by men, or half, or 2/3, or 1/4, etc. Some more technical stuff. So basically this whole process of getting from one sacred to non-sacred space and vice versa is through the state of our bodies. And so Muslims go through a process of cleansing that body. So from the bustle of the city to the moment you put down your body on the ground, you have gone through stages where you removed your shoes, you have cleaned your body, and you potentially have dressed differently in order to pray. And so the whole building needs to operate in a way that allows for this transition and these thresholds to take place throughout the whole thing. The way this whole thing is designed is so far very much technical. And so at some point we were like, okay, now that we have solved these issues, we need to look to the uncomfortable thing for us, which is, what does it look like? And how do we solve this issue of, okay, we put to the side all the aesthetics and the expectations of what the mosque needs to look like, but we need to build. After deconstructing these ideas, what do we build from? And so we chose to pick two fundamental things. One is something that comes from the sacred texts. And so here we took this description of God that is put in the text, nur ala nur, which means light upon light. And we're like, light is an architectural element. We can work with that. And the second aspect is time. Time and the movement of bodies through time and the rituals that take place. So here you have a calendar very much tied to the moon of the rituals for Islamic practice. Are you familiar with it? So how many times do you need to pray? 5, yeah, 5 times a day. And then you have once a week where there's a congregation. And then obviously you have the big events throughout the year, Ramadan, and the various celebrations of that faith. But that meant that within one day, we have 5 times a day the potential for people to come in, come out, pray. And this movement, the generation of that movement for us was fundamental and was the sacred characteristic of that building. And so here's the basic design and basic concept for that building. We thought this needs to operate in 2 various ways. One, needs to be able to provide intimacy while reflecting light. And second, it needs to be able to emit light. And it needs to move. We know that we are in a context where this building needs to be invisible. So light is both a quality that needs to be acquired inside the building, but it also needs to be part of what makes this building visible within the space where it is rejected. And so we looked at textile because of how tied it is to the practice, obviously with the the carpets being the basic form of religious worship, but also the potential for it to provide that movement. And so we decided to use this textile both for the envelope of the building, but also for getting rid of any type of wall inside. So instead of walls, we would have these curtains that allow us to change the type of occupation of that space, whether it's being used for prayer or whether it's being used as a profane space. And here is one image of the project. And what we can see here are these two massive metal chain curtains around it with one silver and one gold anchor around it. And actually we entered discussions with various religious communities of the neighborhood because this is not the kind of project that happens just with the Muslim community. It happens if everyone is involved in it and pushes for its inception. And interestingly, when we discussed it with the Jewish leaders of that neighborhood, they told us about the symbolism between gold and silver. And I hope I don't mix both up, but gold being the prayer that you give to God, and silver being the gift that you receive. And interestingly, they gave us another layer to the choices that were made in the nature of the project. And that's where our fantastic German engineers came into play with that mobile metallic mesh facade. The issue here, obviously, being that this has never been done as a mobile facade. We have examples of it as a static element or as smaller curtains. But here, for these 8 meters high curtains, this is obviously also a technical innovation. And the idea here is to have this building that behaves in various ways and behaves with these layers of intimacy and light. And so here we have just a quick drawing to sort of compare. If we have full prayer on one side, what do? We close up the curtains because we want intimacy, but we open up the curtains that are on the wall because we want sound to travel. And then if we want to have classes or sports events or all types of things that require maybe a different type of partitioning, we will open up the curtains inside, muffling the sound against the wall and opening those on the facade. And all of this being able to know variations depending on the use. I'm almost done. How am I on time? Am I good? Perfect. So these are the last 5 minutes. So the title of this talk, because I gave it a title to try and make it make sense, but from worship to guardianship, tries to reference how we attempt to reposition human bodies at the scale of the building. So in the example that I gave you of the project that we're working on, anyone can open and close the curtains, whether they're outside or inside, making each individual body, woman and man, children, able to interact and impact how this building behaves. And this doesn't come from anywhere. This is very much steeped in this tradition of maintenance, of care, that is so deeply tied to anything sacred. This photo is taken in Jena, in Mali. This is a 100-year-old mosque. It's built out of earth, so it doesn't hold that well, but it's still up after 100 years. And the reason for that is that every year we have a ceremony of plastering. And the plastering of it requires every single member of the community to be involved. That means the kids are involved, women, men, elderly. The elderly are here to bitch about it and tell them how to do it better, but they're still there and they're sort of getting involved in the process. And it's just a beautiful testimony to the maintenance also of the sacredness of place, through collective action for an action of care, sanctuarization. And I hope that if we can take something away from today, I have a duty, which is to see this through. But I think collectively we also have one to make sure that these are the types of practices that we push forward, that you need to all be my allies in doing so.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Miriam. So, where are the questions?
I was curious how you're dealing with the call to prayer on Fridays.
We can't have any calls to prayer in public space in France. It's not possible. I know that New York very recently allowed that. I saw it on Instagram, saw the first call to prayer. It's beautiful. But it's not possible in France, and that's also the reason why a minaret has no meaning and no destination, no need. It's like a dead limb that you need to cut off to grow something stronger and more efficient. And I feel like architecture is a signifier of these things. What is the political climate? What is the role and the place of that type of worship in public space? Obviously, historically, you have religious buildings that are generally the highest buildings in a skyline. That has changed in recent years. But historically, that's kind of something that signifies its place in the hierarchy, in the urban hierarchy. Here we know that we're very low in that hierarchy, and we kind of need to make sure that the building is both a shape-shifter, a hidden yet extremely visible. And that's the call for prayer. It's the curtains opening and closing.
Thank you very much, Madam. That was beautiful and moving. I have a question of how do you deal first with the latent Islamophobia in France, and what does it mean to build a community building in a certain way in a hostile environment?
So it means very concrete things. One of them being that a year after we started working on this project, a new law was put in place that created even more restrictions on mosque buildings, especially on the control. Everything is about control. The control over financing, the control over who gets to create these buildings. And the mosque, the current mosque that we're working with, received an impromptu visit from the police during a math class that was being given to kids without the presence of their parents or authorization of these parents, the questioning of these children. So we could feel the tension, and we could feel the responsibility that kind of came with creating a safe home, both for these children, their parents, and all of their community. So there's no easy answer. I think we already know the answer. It's the situation that we're all dealing with. So battling from an uncomfortable position, from an unfavorable power position. But interestingly enough, recently I was reading a history of cancer, so nothing to do with this, but it was this overview sort of something that seems so scientific and objective as disease and the study of disease, and all of the hurdles that one has to go through and that we as a species had to go through to move forward in the study and the betterment of treatment for political reasons, for social reasons. But also this thread of how advocacy and how courage does pay. And we might not live to see it, but it does pay in the long run. And that's something that I truly believe, and that's what sustains this type of work. I hope this is going to come out. It might come out in 10 years. We're going to put down the permits next month, but I don't know if that's going to work. But I know that it's my duty to do so.
So I have a very practical question. I'd be interested in what building materials you chose. what sustainability and material culture, how they influenced your choices, and also what kind of a heating system you have.
Wow. Now we have answers to these questions. So surprisingly enough, it's a fully, it's wood structure for the whole building. But we had to hide it. So the thing is, both for fire regulations being extremely strict in France, if you use wood for this size of building, especially for this type of program, you need to enclose it, to protect it. So we're not going to have a wood aesthetic for the building. And the second reason was actually every time we try to talk about wood architecture to our clients, they're like, oh, but it's going to burn down, it's very dangerous. And so we also kind of snuck in the wooden structure. He's aware of it, kind of. I mean, I talk about my client. But he doesn't he doesn't need to know all these details. We're just trying to make sure that the building has the most sustainable agenda possible. But we have one big issue with this aspect of sustainability, which is that we want a transparent building. And if you want transparency, you have glass or you have plastic. I prefer plastic, glass to plastic, actually, in this case. But we're actually merging it with metal panels, reflective metal panels, to deal with reflecting sunlight and trying to make this as thermal effective as possible. But we're also using the curtain system to try and create a moucharabieh effect on these facades. So this is actually both a complex issue, because initially this building, when we first designed it, it was all in stone, very closed off. We wanted it to be a monument. But it felt wrong in that context to hide away. And it felt like it was necessarily to design a building that says that we have nothing to hide. And for the heating system, we have a, I don't know how you say it in English, une pompe à chaleur. You have like a thermal heat system. Yeah, heat pump. Yeah,
so I think the project is really quite extraordinary. It's very beautiful. I had a question going back to almost the beginning of your explaining it as working with a slightly younger group, and also your analysis of these buildings that were kind of symbols of what we assume, sort of pseudo-African or pseudo-Islamic. And I wondered if you actually engaged anyone who dealt with other religious structures, which also deal with similar things of how do you do a contemporary religious building of any kind without going kitsch, frankly.
Absolutely. I think most of the references that we looked at actually were churches. Because Christianity has a much longer and richer contemporary history of modernizing and addressing how the religious can take place with contemporary buildings, with things that make sense today. So these were actually a lot of the references that we looked at. And then also to frame it, I was educated in France. So even my architectural curriculum, the canon that I'm familiar with, is that one. And so I think the work that we had to do was, basically you do 2 steps forward and 3 steps back. And I think our first 2 steps forward were, we're going to also do like a very modern reinterpretation of what a mosque is, and it's going to be very cute, and like we had all of these very monumental, beautiful images of sacred spaces in mind. I love cathedrals, like I love, high ceilings and places with, humph, But we couldn't, and then, gradually we realized that we were, not going to be able to do this technically. The urban regulations make it impossible to make, we're not going to do like a 50-meter high building just to have these massive ceiling heights. But also, it was a history lesson of trying to understand what was a mosque originally. We found the work of Michael Badou, who's Nigerian-born, British-based architect, who did this work of trying to understand what was a mosque, and he gives this beautiful example of the very first mosque was an enclosure using palm tree trunks. It was just like a rectangle. There's no dome. It's out in the air. There's just like an enclosure, and everything is out. And it's mud on the floor, so it's not super efficient. But anyway, so this is the history of it. And then what we see is that it's actually Orthodox churches, those domes that we now associate with mosques, because we think of the Ottoman architecture that has been so influential. They actually originate from Orthodox Christianity and the beautiful buildings that were built for this religion. And so there is a cooptation and reinterpretation, a cross-pollination of architectural and constructive cultures. This is the point of our discipline as well. And I hope that this, in its small way, can contribute to this idea that sacred spaces are also a place for innovation and trying to move at least a little step forward.
Thank you very much, Miriam. I now have the very challenging task to summarize the day. So I have like a lot of notes here. The first part we had like very inspiring keynotes, and the first one by Germane. I'm just reading out what my notes are and what I just like wrote down from the questions, and because really condense it because, of course, we don't have much time. But Germane gave us an insight into his work and also the idea behind Monumental Affairs, which makes even clearer what dieDAS actually is about. And I think that was very, very important to have that also in the beginning, of course. And Byran Lee Jr. then, there was this one quote I noted: "A loss of memory is the root of all oppression." So I thought this really stuck with me. And what else? Now I have to read my own. And and then I said it again already, like after your both presentations, because Germane said it, and I'm going to say it again, that this is like a space, like a monument. We couldn't have been here when this place was built, like ideologically, and today we are like here taking part in formulating and creating a concept for the future of the space. And this leads to Matthias' keynote, actually, and that showed that it is even more important to work together against national movements, and probably the climate crisis shows that in yet unknown urgency. And then the first part of the keynotes was closed by Ravi's keynote, and we learned about the many exciting projects of design in Daba, and which are actually reaching such a huge and a different audience, and it's probably maybe something to aim for at dieDAS as well.
60,000, that's what they're aiming for.
And then we had the workshops, but to conclude like the keynote part, then we just had like Miriam's very, very important, heavy touching, but it was like very inspiring to me as well, like about the challenges that come with sanctuaries in a city space like Paris, and then like the project where you really try to face all these challenges and also try to meet the needs of the religious and non-religious neighboring communities. Well, and then we had the workshops. I have like all these post-its and everything because we just met outside, and I was part of one workshop, so I just had to I just got told what happened in all the other workshops. So I'm going to start with the workshop on landscapes, and this was around the topic of what Antoinette also talked about yesterday. And the group started with, so you can also, if I say something wrong or you want to add something, you can just like raise your hand if there's something very important I'm missing out. There was the workshop on landscape as monuments, and you were talking about possible examples. And one example you discussed was Otto von Bismarck's monument statue that can be found as, I think, as in person in many German cities, but also in form of the so-called Bismarck Towers. And Bismarck is also famous for the 1884 Berlin Conference, where Africa was actually divided amongst Europe, the Western European countries, and that, of course, having Bismarck monuments will definitely have a different meaning to African countries, or actually people of African descent. And then there is the idea of landscape and management versus cooperation, and that thinking in cooperation aspects takes away responsibility. And it's not just us shaping the system. Landscape, monument, cut out, label it, don't touch it, and monuments are never the same. And the second example, which I find quite interesting, I would have liked to be in that discussion, is about the Christmas tree in Rome. And the question if something like this can also be seen as a monument, and that landscapes as monuments are stories in physical space. And in the end, the question was discussed, do we need them? And then monuments are mediums for stories and narratives. Stories build communities and culture, and in terms of building communities through stories, we need monuments. So that was for the group landscapes. Informal monuments. I have to organize that's here. I have like a lot of post-its here. I'm just going to read out what's on them. A monument is a monument. You can't define it as informal or formal. And the question if we should rather talk about objects and spaces of memory. Then there was a question, what actually is an informal monument? And it is an informal monument, or is it an informal monument or a counter monument? Informal monuments bring the memory of something we shouldn't forget, a shared experience with an individual response. An informal monument can never be a monument to everybody. An informal monument needs some publicity. And then, in the end, it was less about monuments, but more about the question of rituals. Rituals change over time, and monuments don't. And remembering something when you are not in power is also like the relevance of monuments for those who usually are not addressed by monuments. And then we have the group I was part of, the question of statues as monuments. And I've just written down some important lessons or sentences. Unlearn, we need to unlearn, and we need to tell the full story, otherwise we don't need monuments. And there was an aspect about monuments that are statues that can't be touched, and the inaccessibility it's an inaccessibility that makes them holy. And statues bring different aspects together. Statues tell more about the life of the city than big monuments. And the last group was about, I have it on my phone, sorry, I forgot that. So I have very different sources. What role do buildings have in acknowledging history? And possible answers were history is not an essence that can be accumulated in a building. Buildings project impact beyond themselves. History is written, rewritten, and made in the present. How to memorize, the question, how to memorize history without using buildings. So, and in my group, I think it was Carl said, like in the end, you said in the end that you have more questions now than answers. And I think that shows pretty well that this is definitely a topic we will keep discussing on and keep thinking on. And I always think that's actually a very good outcome if you go out of the conversation and you're having more questions than answers. All right, that's for the complex challenge of summarizing what we experienced here today. And before I hand over the microphone to Germane, who really kindly asked me to have the final words for this part here in Saarlig, I would like to draw the attention, of course, on the exhibition. There's like an exhibition still. We have like 1 hour before we leave, like 6:15 the bus leaves back to Naumburg, and again, please be on time. And at the hotel, we're going to have a short break, and we'll then walk together from the hotel to the Nietzsche archive for dinner and our evening program. So, Germane, I hand you the mic.
So first, I'd like to thank you all for joining us for dieDAS Walk and Talk 2023. Can we first give a round of applause to our amazing host, Dr. Mahret? If your hands still work, can we give a second round of applause to all of our speakers who gave all their time? And I would also like to thank my predecessor, the lovely Maurizio. And I know a lot of you think that you were here for the speakers, but you were actually here to see the amazing work of 4 fellows who spent 2 weeks working diligently to produce something around the theme of monumental affairs. So I would be remiss if I didn't give you all a few instructions on behalf of those fellows as you go to see their work. So the first thing I was demanded to tell you all is the actual locations of where their things are. So Antoinette Yatunde Oni is outside in the workshop. So if you walk out and you walk down the path on your right-hand side, you will see the lovely work she created. If you stay within the house and you go up this flight of stairs, you will see Yassine bin Abdallah. For his room specifically, he would prefer if you go in small groups and to not walk on the actual piece. Okay, I won't say what the piece is, but please do not walk on the piece. If you go up a couple flights of stairs, you will then go to Sylvia Susanna's work, and you'll be able to see all the things that she has learned as a part of being here. And if you go up one more flight of stairs, you will be in the room of Adam Massaro. And for Adam specifically, he said, you do have to walk in his room, and you do have to walk on the floor, because if you do not read the text, you are unsuccessful in understanding what he did. So if you don't read the text, it's your fault, not his. Okay? So that said, all of their work is absolutely brilliant. You have essentially 18 minutes to go to each room, so there's more than enough time to see everyone, and I will quiz you later to make sure you saw everyone's work, because they worked so hard to produce this. Thank you all. See you later at dinner.